Well, a very good morning and welcome to the third and final day of competition at the Baku Grand Slam. We've got 5 weight categories to bring to you today, 3 men and 2 women, and we'll start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of those weight categories. Let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 90 kilo category. Number 1 seed is Kirill Denisov of Russia. The number 2 seed is Nishiyama Daiki of Japan. The number 3 seed is Markus Niemann of Sweden. And the number 4 seed is Alexander Kukol of Serbia. A nice group of fighters in there. 47 fighters in that under 90 kilo category. In the under 100 kilo category, the top seed is Karl Richard Frey of Germany. The number 2 seed is his teammate, Dimitri Peters, so there should be some interest there as the two of them go chasing qualification. The number 3 seed is Martin Pacek of Sweden, and the number 4 seed is Jose Armenteros of Cuba. A nice group of fighters in there, 36 fighters in total. We've also got the former world champion in there, Luciano Correa of Brazil, as well as Wolf Aaron of Japan. Let's take a look at the top 4 in the plus 100 kilo category then. Borbana of Hungary is the number 1 seed. Number 2 seed is Roy Meyer of the Netherlands. The number 3 seed is Faisal Jabala of Tunisia. And the number 4 seed is Yahiv Kamo of Ukraine. That top half of the draw, by the way, in particular, Pool A has not only the number 1 seed in there, Borbana, but also David Mura of Brazil and Islam El Shahabi of Egypt. And in that top half, this is now in Pool B, as well as the number 4 seed, Yahiv Kamo, we've also got Rafael Silva of Brazil and Adam Okrashvili of Georgia, as well as Marius Paskevicius of Lithuania. So it's a real tough draw in the plus 100 kilo category. Right, the under 78 kilo category then, 20 fighters in there. The number 1 seed is Husha Steenhuis of the Netherlands. The number 2 seed is Louisa Malzahn of Germany. Number 3 seed is Marhinda Verkerk of the Netherlands. And the number 4 seed, Natalie Powell of Great Britain. We've also got Gemma Gibbons of Great Britain down in the bottom half of that draw. Zhang Zihui of China, Anastasia Dmitrieva, Yahima Ramirez, and Umeki Mami is in there as well from Japan. So that's going to be a really interesting weight category. Not least of all because Husha Steenhuis and Marhinda Verkerk, the 2 Dutch fighters, are seeded 1 and 3, and we've already heard that it will be Marhinda Verkerk, the number 3 seed here, who will get the nod for the Netherlands to go to Rio. Pity for Husha Steenhuis, she's the number 1 seed here, but still didn't end up with the selection. Okay, the plus 78 kilo category, number 1 seed is Yu Song of China. The number 2 seed is the current Olympic champion Idalis Ortiz of Cuba. Number 3 seed is Nihel Chikrehu of Tunisia. And the number 4 seed, Emily Andiol of France. We look forward also to seeing Japan's selection for the Olympic team, Yamabe Kanae. She's in Pool C alongside Idalis Ortiz of Cuba. Looking at the contests in the under 100 kilo category, and the opening contest features Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia. He's up against Ivan Remarenko of the United Arab Emirates. Let's go to mat number 3. There are the 2 fighters then. In the white judogi, Beka Gviniashvili, and in blue, Ivan Remarenko. What a start then for both of them. Gviniashvili would have... There are really no easy draws, but Remarenko is definitely not an easy draw. And for Remarenko, it's the same situation. He's come up against Viniashvili in round one. But what a silly penalty that is. It beggars belief that someone of Gviniashvili's quality and knowledge is going to just pull his judogi out. Why would he do that? You know, if the contest rests on a single Shido, you know, you'd feel like an absolute idiot, wouldn't you? Anyway, he collected a Shido for pulling out his own jacket. Incredible. Well, I said that Gviniashvili wouldn't be happy with the draw. Rimarenko was no pushover, and so it proved. Well, he's got himself a life here, because I think it looked pretty good for Ippon. He's lucky, very lucky indeed, for that to have been called Wazari. Rimarenko leads by Wazari after that nice counter. But it's Viniashvili who comes back strongly, throws for Wazari. And now there's the Osaikomi. He dodged that bullet. Rimarenko may feel aggrieved that it was called Wazari and not Ippon. I thought it was a good score. There's the effort we're talking about. Ooh, yeah. There's also the suspicion. Well, he may have bridged on his shoulder. But for me, I think you could have given that. Right. Right, we move on. That was the opening contest in the under 100 kilo category. Coming up next, Kanan Abdul Kanhali of Azerbaijan faces Zlatko Kumric of Croatia. It's Abdul Lalkani in the white judogi and Kumric in blue. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. And Kumrich managing to come up with a surprising Makikomi as he went down. He had to tap out. I think he got injured on the way down, did Abdullah Khanli. Kumrich is unperturbed. He gets to his feet without even so much as a glance toward his Azeri opponent, Abdullah Khanli. Oh well. He's into round two. He's not even thinking about it. Most unusual execution of Makikomi. I mean, Kumrich is on his way down there. I mean, he's almost on his side when he brings that off. In a way, Abdullah Khamli kind of helps him, oddly enough. Right, we've got a few contests in the plus 100 kilo category coming up now. The first of these features the Yashan Jinkishiev of Kazakhstan. He's up against Hussein Misri, representing the IJF here. And it's Shinkev in a white judogi and Misri in blue. Misri's going to pick up a penalty here. Just got his arms stuck out and trying to fend off Shinkiev. Picked up a penalty for that negative gripping. Meanwhile, Shinkiev just looking for an opening. The second penalty picked up by Misri now. He's struggling a bit here. Third penalty picked up by Misri. And then an Uchimata there. From Misri not able to come up with sufficient enough attacks to stay in the contest. He picks up a fourth penalty and off he goes.
İkinci tutamiyede evet o 100 kilogramdan yukarı çekide. Avtologida prezident temsilcisi David Ora ve onun rakibi Türkiye Azerbaycan maçlarından bir single.
Attempt 3, first round for men over 100 kilograms. In white for Czech Republic.
Well, we've only been going for about 20 minutes, but we've already had a few upsets. So what I'm going to do is have a quick look at some of those early results. I'll bring you up to date on what's been happening. As I said at the top of the programme, we've got 5 weight categories to bring to you today. We've already had Tonika Jugeli of Georgia overcoming Francois Sadeh of Lebanon in their opening contest. Jugeli through to round 2. He'll face Kirill Denisov of Russia. That was nice work. Abdurrahmanov of Tajikistan throwing Michael Horak for Ippon there. Right, let's have a look at some of the results in the under 100 kilo category then. Jail Shukurov of Azerbaijan lost out to Sejanic Miklos of Hungary. That was in the opening round of the under 100 kilo category. Ben Fletcher of Great Britain defeated Zelim Kostoyev of Azerbaijan. He'll face Jose Armenteros in round 2. And it was Beka Viniashvili who overcame Ivan Remarenko in that opening contest that we saw. He's through to round 2. He'll face Elkan Mamadov of Azerbaijan. Coming up on mat number 3 now, it's Faisal Jabala of Tunisia. He faces Daniel Allerstorfer of Austria. Jabala, the number 3 seed here. Allerstorfer rather unlucky to have drawn Jabala in this opening round, but he's not seeded here, Allerstorfer. So tough first round draw for the Austrian. And then back to the results in the under 100 kilo category. Kanan Abdul Lachanli of Azerbaijan lost out to Zlatko Kumric of Croatia in round 1. Kumric will face Martin Pacek of Sweden. And those were the opening contests in the under 100 kilo category. There's been some action in the plus 100 kilo category. David Mura of Brazil has defeated Nader Husseinov of Azerbaijan. He goes through to round 2. And Yezen Zhankishiev, I think we saw earlier, he defeated Hussein Misri, who's representing the IJF here. Zhankishiev will now face Roy Meyer of the Netherlands, the number 2 seed. Orsasson, he was seeded here, but he fell in the opening round to Batolga Temoilin of Mongolia. So Orsasson out early, as is Michail Horak of the Czech Republic. He lost out to Mukhamaddov Abdurrahmanov of Tajikistan in the opening round. So Abdurrahmanov through to face Batolga Temoilin. Right, that's a wrap-up of all the results to date. I'll go back and take a look at the action between Jabala in the white judogi and Allerstorfer in blue. It's the Austrian leading here by Wazari with a little over 3 minutes left to go. Alastorfa leading here with a little over, well, a little under now after contest. Still to come, 2 minutes and 20 odd. We're going to go quickly to mat number 2. Let's take a look at Yakiv Kamo of Ukraine. He faces Mehdi El Malki of Morocco. It's Kamo in the white judogi, El Malki in blue. This contest is just starting off. There's no score yet. Keep an eye on what's happening with Alastorfa and Jabala, but it's the Austrian who continues to lead there by Wazari. Kamo on the board with that Yuko now. That's the lead. Ko Sotogaki from the Ukrainian putting that score on the board. Alastorfa on the adjoining mat continues to lead by Yuko. Attempted Satemi was a chance for Kamo to get involved in some nevaza, but he let that go. He decided against it. It appears that Daniel Alastorfa of Austria has won his contest down on mat number 3 against Faisal Jabala of Tunisia. So the big man from Austria knocking off the number 3 seed. Nice work from Kamo as he puts another score on the board. Kamo moving comfortably here, 2 scores on the board. Malki has picked up 2 penalties. Sorry, it's Malki. That's the surname, Malki, not El Malki. His given name is El Mehdi. My mistake there. Minute left to go. 2 scores picked up by Yahiv Kama. That's the lead here, as Elmedi Malki will pick up a third penalty. Moving comfortably now, Yahiv Kamo. Only half a minute left to go. Trying to set something up, still looking for a finish. Why not? Got nice movement for a big fella. Weight-wise, he's 131 kilos, so he's right up there with the weights. There are, how many are there in that weight category? 30, and he's definitely in the top half. Oh, a fourth penalty picked up by Elmedi Malki. When I say that, there are 13 fighters who weigh less than he does, so he's in the top half of the group that weighs the heaviest, if you understand what I mean. If we divide the group into two parts, heavy and the top 15 and the bottom 15, he's in the top 15. All right, let's take a look here at Hermogenes and Kokouri. Why not? We'll stay. We'll stay with this for a bit, because Rafael Silva is up next, I think. Paskevchus and Okrashvili to follow. Why not? It's as good as anything else that's on offer. Andrei Volkov has won his contest against Ayhan Shafarov of Azerbaijan. That's down on mat number 3, the Russian heavyweight, through to the next round. I suppose the shock of the morning must be Batulga knocking out Sasson. Not that Batulga was... It's not the surprise that Batulga has defeated Sasson, it's that Sasson has lost this early. That's more of the surprise. One would have expected Sasson to make some progress here, but he came up against Batulga and that was it. Well, Kakuri giving the crowd something to cheer about as he defeats Hermogenes. Ushangi Kokori of Azerbaijan. Big Renagi to put out the Belgian. Coming up next, Rafael Silva of Brazil faces Nicholas Berard of Australia. It's silver in the white judogi, Berard in blue. Well, we're talking about different weights, who's heavy and who's heavier. Rafael Silva is up there at 165 kilos. Berard is down there at 114. And when we look at the weights, who's the heaviest fighter in the weight category? It's Rafael Silva. He's weighed in at 165 kilos. He's the heaviest of the fighters, and the lightest is indeed Berard at 114. So an unfortunate matchup. The lightest fighter has to face the heaviest. Oh well. Frustration for Berard. Picks up a second penalty. Two penalties picked up by Berard as he tries to come to terms with Rafael Silva.
Next fight, contesting E1, first round, men under 90 kilo. In the white from Australia, Sebastian Tedeschi. And in the blue for Chile, Rafael Loma.
It's hard to know exactly what to expect from Berard. He hasn't been on the circuit a great deal. Has he got enough to hang in there for another couple of minutes to wear Silva down and then come up with a surprise score? That'd be a shock of the tournament, wouldn't it? Bit of footwork maybe, that would help him. Yeah. Little koji now and then. Third penalty picked up by Berard. Very frustrating. Well, this one is done and dusted, I'm afraid. Barrett, I'll pick up a penalty for a false attack here, and that'll be it. Rafael Silva of Brazil wins out there. Right, well, we should at least be offered up something a little bit more interesting in the next contest. That features Marius Paskevicius of Lithuania. He's up against Adam Okrashvili of Georgia. It'll be Paskevicius in the white judogi and Okrashvili in blue. Last of the contests in the first round of the plus 100 kilo category. We've got the under 78 kilo category. Well, a couple of contests in the first round coming up next, and then we'll have the plus 78 kilo category. That's on mat 2. Single Shida picked up by Paskevchus. Down on mat number 3, Park Jujin of Korea faces Prevjagl Hlamded of Mongolia. It's Park and Prevjagl down on mat number 3. We're sticking here with Paskevchus and Okrashvili. Oh, Paskevchus coming up with the win there against Okrashvili. He's got a tough draw. That's Paskevchus. The first round we've just seen, he's defeated Okrashvili. He will face Rafael Silva next, and if he wins that one, it'll be the winner of Karma and Kokauri. So no easy draw at all for Paskevchus. Right, we'll stay here to see the upcoming contest in the under 78 kilo category. Alena Kakodovskaya of Russia faces Laya Talan of Spain. It's Kakodovskaya in the white judogi, Talan in blue. Kakarovskaya managing to throw Talan for Ippon. There. Nice big left. Uchimata that dumped the Spaniard flat on her back. Kakarovskaya it is who goes into round 2. She will face Husha Steenhuis, the number 1 seed of the Netherlands, in round 2. Just in the right place at the right time, wasn't she, Kakarovskaya? Didn't do a great deal with the footwork, just happened to find herself there. Sure she won't be displeased about that.
Next fight, Intensity 1, first round, men under 90 kilo. In the white, from Slovakia, Milan Arago. And in the blue,
On mat number 2 now in round 1 of the under 78 kilo category, Yalenis Castillo of Cuba faces Yahimo Ramirez of Portugal. Castillo in the white judogi, Ramirez in blue. We've got the first round in the plus 78 kilo category taking place down on mat number 3 as well now. Larissa Cherik of Bosnia-Herzegovina faces Melissa Mojica of Puerto Rico. That's taking place on mat number 3 at the moment. Now Ramirez comes up with a score that Yuko takes the lead with only 30 seconds on the clock. Timely score by the Portuguese fighter. And no Yuko. Whoops. leading here by and Mamadov of Azerbaijan defeated by Wazari Awazetiepon. Just trying to have a look at the contests on the adjoining mats and see where we should stay. So rather than moving from Chebysova and Kutrakela, what we may do is to hang on here, because in a couple of fights' time it'll be Karl Richard Frey, the number 1 seed in the under 100 kilo category. He'll be up against Jason Costa of New Zealand. We'll hang on here for that, because we'll be going through the under 100 kilo category. So let's stay here. If you want to have a look at some of the other contests, by all means click on mat number 1. You'll have Mikhail Marchetan of the United Arab Emirates up against Kejar Nabali of Ukraine, and then down on mat number 3 it's Javad Majoub of Iran. He's up against Duke Didier of Australia. We're going to stay here. We'll finish off watching round 1 of the plus 78 kilo category. We've got one more contest in this round. It's Santa Pakanita of Lithuania. She's up against Adisangela Moniz. Didn't finish off there, did he? What was it that he was going to say? There's something else that he was going to add into that. Adisangela Moniz of Cape Verde Islands. Tate Shiogatami from Pakanita. She finishes off on the ground. Just as well we stayed here then, because it didn't take that long to finish the 2 heavyweight women's contest, and that brings us nicely now to the top of the draw in the under 100 kilo category. Coming up next, it'll be the number 1 seed. We haven't seen him for a while. Karl Richard Frey of Germany. He faces Jason Costa of New Zealand. It'll be Frey in the white judogi and Costa in blue. Both fighters have picked up penalties. Richard Frey just trying to work his way into this. As I said, he'd been off the circuit for a while. We'd rather missed the German. Now we've got both of them here, Karl Richard Frey and Dimitri Peters. They're in a real head-to-head for that single spot available to the Germans. They've got two fighters qualified in the under 100 kilo category, Frey and Peters, and I don't think they've yet decided who it is that's going to go. So everything to go for here, and the fighters that are here, Frey and Peters, they're ranked 1 and 2. Couldn't get better than that, could you? Oh, goodness me. What a Koshiguruma that was. Costa on the receiving end of... He looks a little bit surprised, doesn't he? But he was caught beautifully there. Absolutely launched him with this, didn't he? Left-sided. Oh. There's a nice look at Karl Richard Frey there. What we got coming up next then? It's possible that we could see Kirill Denisov shortly. We'll hang on for a little while because we've also got the possibility of Grigory Menashkin and Wolf Aaron. A few nice looking contests in store, but we'll stay with Igor Spasojevic of Slovenia. He's up against Chingis Mamedov of Kyrgyzstan. It's Spasojevic in the white judogi and Mamedov in blue. Round 2 of the under 100 kilo category. Oh, that's nice. Zari for Mamedov as he catches Spasojevic and takes him over with a Yoko Sutemiwaza. Scores Wazari and then he wraps him up on the ground to finish off, and it'll be Mamedov to face Karl Richard Frey in round 3. All right, on mat number 2 now, Jorge Fonseca of Portugal faces Karim Gabi of San Marino. It's Fonseca in the white judogi, Gabi in blue. Still waiting for Denisov to come up on mat 1 or Wolf to come up on mat 3. In the meantime, we'll have a look at Yevgeny Sporodavko of Latvia. He faces Sejeniks Miklos of Hungary. It's Borodavko in the white judogi, Sejeniks in blue. That's happening on mat number 2, but we're going to go down to mat number 3. We're going to take a look at the contest between Grigory Menashkin of Estonia. He faces Wolf Aron of Japan. Menashkin in the white judogi, Wolf in blue. Wolf able to block that effort from Menashkin, the Japanese fighter, feeling that movement immediately and just stopped any forward progress from Menashkin. Although Wolf has picked up a single Shido. One is trying to get moving. Wolf there with a little feint that Menashkin didn't fall for. Menashkin penalised for a second time there. Oh, that was beautifully done. Took his time to think about the score there. The referee gave Yuko, and Wolf was lucky not to have a bigger score given against him. Fought that off strongly, and now he comes back with his own score. That spurred Wolf into action. Yes, I suppose that was a good call, and a really difficult one because the scoring part of the body is away from the referee, so a tricky one to call, and yet that's Yuko. Called it well. I thought it was probably worth a little bit more, but maybe I was judging the flight. It's not the flight that you look at, it's the landing, and it's a good call. It was Yuko for Menashkin, but Wolf came back almost immediately with some Ashiwaza that scored Wazari, and now it's Menashkin who trails here with a little under 2 minutes left to go. And now the Uchimata to finish off. Wazari Awazeti Pun. Wolf getting galvanised into action when he got scored upon. After that, just stepped up the pace and finished off with the Tsuchimatas. Gave the little feint there again, didn't he? Just dropped the knee a little bit, and he had the reaction from Menashkin that he wanted. Wolf goes into round 3. In that third round, he'll face Martin Pacek of Sweden. On the mat now, Lies Buyakub of Algeria faces Niaz Bilalov of Russia. Buyakub in the white judogi, Bilalov in blue. Single Shido picked up by Biakub. Tried to go over on the left. Looked like Maki Komi, didn't quite work out for him. Both fighters have picked up penalties now. 20 odd seconds left to go. One score will do this. Well, are they to come up with a score in normal time? We're going to have a period of golden score. Buyakub almost ambushed him there. Very quick attack, trying to catch Bilalov. Again, over on that left side, almost coming up with the Makikomi. And yeah, bad news for Bilalov here. At least Buyakub of Algeria it is who goes into round 3.
devlet polisi olarak geldi. İkinci mühendisle sonra. Judo Brasília do Sul, Rafael Zacarini. Pakistan Üniversitesi Saifahol Saidov.
Mete o golpe, mete o golpe. Sai, aç ayağını. Yaxşı, dur.
Birinci tatamiye devlet olan 90 kilogram derecesinde ikinci mərhələ iştirakçıları Avcılıqda Azərbaycan idmançısı Məhəmməd Əli Mehdiyev və
Essa pegada mais rápida, troca mais rápida a pegada. Ei, troca mais rápido essa pegada aí, Cristiano. Deixa plantar não, hein?
got 7 in the under 9 and about 100 kilo. Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil wins out there. And we'll now have round 2 of the plus 100 kilo category. Let's stay here and have a look at Roy Meyer of the Netherlands. He faces Yerzhan Shankishiev of Kazakhstan. It'll be Meyer, the white judogi, Shankishiev in blue. Meyer came in here as the number 2 seed this morning. Let's have a look and see if he can live up Yerzhan. Both fighters picked up a Shido apiece there. And a little over 3.5 minutes left to go. Oh, big Osodagari from Meyer, but he just fails to take control of the right side of Zhinkiev's body. Needed just to straighten that up a little bit. And he would have come up with a scoring technique there. Zhinkiev's got to be careful not to fall into the trap of losing contact of the tempo here. This is the important thing for Zhinkiev.
Next fight on 10-1, man number 90 kilo, the second round. In the white for Serbia, Alexander Kukoy. And in the blue for Spain, Ali Ruiz.
He's got to come up with a big attack now, Zhinkiev. He can't continue just have those foot taps. See, the very least you can say about Meyer is that he's actually making an effort. Zinkiev is going to get... No, it was coming, wasn't it? Picked up a second penalty there. And for Meyer's part, he's just got to keep up the tempo. He hasn't looked as though he can be countered. Just keep the work rate up, that's all. You're inside the last minute now. A couple of big attacks. And let Zinkiev pick up another penalty. Yeah, that's it. 40 odd seconds. And the coach is also saying, come on, what are you talking about? Let's get some attacks in. But Zinkiev hasn't been able to respond and picks up a third penalty. Yeah, why not? You know, just keep the show up. That's all it is. He's not really going to throw Zinkiev, but at least it looks as though he may. And that's the important thing. Uchimata, don't go over now. He's going to go. That was close. Just lost contact with the hands or else he was gone. He could still go. There's 15 seconds left. Maya's going to have to do some backpedaling here or else he's going to go over. One more big effort from Zinkiev. There it comes. Can't come up with... He can't come up with a combination. Oh no, he's going to have to do these last 5 seconds on his own. I think he can manage that. Left it too late. Zinkiev. Maya did what he had to, and he sneaks past his Kazakh opponent and goes into the quarterfinal then. Right, who have we got coming up next then? That was a good fight, yeah. Good battle. Who have we got coming up next? Right, Batulga Timurlin of Mongolia. And he faces Abdurrahmanov of Tajikistan. It's Batulga in the white judogi, Abdurrahmanov in blue. Both fighters have picked up penalties now. Batulga really needs to get his head up from here. Second penalty picked up by Abdurakhmanov now. A third penalty picked up by Abdurakhmanov. Batolga's got to keep moving here. He can't fall into that trap. Surely he must be clever enough to know that just a little bit of movement will draw yet another penalty for the Tajik fighter. Batolga it is who wins out there on the back of a rather inept performance from Abdurakhmanov, I'm afraid. Offered up very little. Next up is Daniel Alastorfer of Austria. He faces Andrei Volkov of Russia. It's Alastorfer in the white judogi, Volkov in blue. Nice effort here from Alastorfer. If Volkov's not careful, he can find himself in osaikomi here. Alastorfer's just got to be strong enough to free that right leg. He's not, however, and the referee calls mate. 3:30 odd left to go. Both fighters have picked up a single Shido. 2 penalties picked up by Volkov as he attempts that little Yoko Sutemi waza on Alastorfer, and it's now the Russian's turn to try and work on the ground, and it's his left leg that's tied up. Let's see if he can just put the right leg on that left thigh and push it down to try and extract his own left. Anyway, doesn't work out. The referee calls matter. They're back up on their feet now.
Next fight up definitely one. Man under 90 kilo, second round. In white from Venezuela, Nelson Martinez. In blue for Germany, Mark Odenthal.
That was a poor effort from Volkov. He's lucky to escape without a false attack there.
Second round for Mexico, 100 kilograms, time 2. In white for Brazil, David Buga. In blue for Algeria, Mohamed Amin Khaye.
Little over half a minute left to go. Attempted foot sweep there by Volkov. Alastorfer's up to dealing with that. Oh, and a counter from Volkov, and over goes Alastorfer. Right in the last half minute. And now it won't really matter about freeing the leg up. Alastorfer won't have enough time to make a comeback now. And there to rub things in and make it even worse is the Osai Kami as well. Well, mercifully for Alastorfer, he'll only have to suffer 15 seconds of it. And he decides to tap out as well. Well, it wasn't really going anywhere, was it? Not a bad effort, but not quite enough to get in and amongst the medals. It's Volkov who's still in with a chance. Alastorfer unfortunately falls at that particular hurdle. So. Right, coming up next, Levani Matiashvili of Georgia faces Abdullo Tangriev of Uzbekistan. Matiashvili in the white judogi, Tangriev in blue. Right, let's see if we can go up to mat number 1 then. In the under 90 kilo category, Nishiyama Daiki of Japan is up against Aaron Hildebrand of Germany. It's Nishiyama in the white judogi, Hildebrand in blue. There's no score yet and we've just got underway. Nishiyama taking a bit of a bump to the face there. Slightly untidy gripping work from Hildebrand, just catching Nishiyama on his left cheek. Couldn't come up with a combination there, Nishiyama. Managed to get in for the left Ichimata and just unsettled Hildebrand for a moment. Couldn't come up with the combination for a finish. Now it's Hildebrand's turn to take a bit of a whack to the cheek. Inside the last minute, single Shido. Still on the board against Hildebrand. The advantage then with Nishiyama. Well, Hildebrand was able to escape from the possibility of Osaikomi against him, but what he couldn't do was to keep the clock from ticking away, and it's Nishiyama who goes into round 3. We're going to go to round 2 on map number 2. It's Yahiv Kamo of the Ukraine. He faces Ushangi Kokauri of Azerbaijan. It's Kamo in the white judogi, Kokauri in blue. There's no score yet, and we've only had half a minute.
Azerbaycan koşusu Tuğla Sefuriyev. Vergi ülkeyle Kongos'ta tanıştığı Almanya'da Nabucco.
Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Just settling into this. Now Kokori actually gets on the board with a Yuko to please the crowd. Plenty of time left, a minute and a half left to go. Kamo's got good throwing skills for a big fella, and over goes the Azeri, just as we were talking about it. Yeah. It's another fighter that just needed to be spurred on a little bit, and Yakif Kamo, when the going got tough, as the saying goes, he got going.
Second round for medal 100 kilograms on two. In white for Brazil, Rafael Silva. In blue for Lithuania, Marius Raskevicius.
Right, coming onto the mat now, one of the most interesting contests in the plus 100 kilo category. Rafael Silva of Brazil faces Marius Paskevicius of Lithuania. It's silver in the white judogi, Paskevicius in blue. This could be an upset here. Just fancy the chances for Paskevicius. Paskevicius has got to get out of that left corner. It's not doing him any good there. Both fighters pick up penalties.
Next fight, contesting one, men under 90 kilo, second round, in the white for Sweden, Joachim Vardy. And for France, in blue, Axel Berger.
Kev just can't afford to stand still with Silva's got to keep moving. Yeah, frustration in the grips. A little bit of footwork as Silva comes forward and then put in an attack. It's at this point that you must know that you've got to attack. Paskevicius gives away a penalty there. Two minutes left to go then. Paskevicius has picked up 2 penalties, Silva just the 1. Single score would do it for Paskevicius. I just feel that he could take it if he just scored once. Not enough attacks and not enough movement. That's the problem for Paskevicius here. Silva's perfectly happy to see this continue. He just put in one big attack there. A third penalty picked up by Paskevicius now. Oh, that was a good effort from Silva, to be honest. Got himself moving. But just not enough movement and no real threat from Paskevicius. It's Silva who goes into the second of the quarterfinals. He'll face Iaki Kamo of Ukraine there. That'll be a tougher fight for him, you watch. So the quarter-final lineup: Borbana of Hungary to face David Mura of Brazil, Jakub Kama of the Ukraine to face Rafael Silva of Brazil, Roy Meyer of the Netherlands to face Batolga Temoilan of Mongolia. Andrei Valkov of Russia will face Abdullah Tangriev of Uzbekistan. Yes, Tangriev. I said it. He's in the quarter-final. Right, who have we got coming up next? We'll stay here. Let's have a look at Husha Steenhuis of the Netherlands. She faces Elena Kakarovskaya of Russia. It'll be Steenhuis in the white judogi, Kakarovskaya in blue. And a very good morning to, well, it's good afternoon here. Yeah, good afternoon to Annette Berm. She's listening in at home. Nice to have your company. We look forward to your company in person and your swift return. Hope you're enjoying your day, whatever it is that you may be doing. I'm glad that you can include some of the judo whilst you're doing whatever you have to. Nice big left ojigari there from Steenhuis as she threatens Kakarovskaya, who hops backwards and gets off that effort. Single Shido against Kakarovskaya. Oh, almost an Ashiwaza there. Nice little movement. And then looking to go over left-sided with that Makikomi, but she lost the leg position. A little bit closer to scoring this time. 2 minutes left to go. Kakarovskaya is going to have to get into this now. Oh, down goes Kakarovskaya, and the Osaikomi is secured, and a strong one as well. Nice Kezugatami from Husha Steenhuis. Well, we've got a choice of second round contests in the under 78 kilo category. Victoria Turks of Ukraine faces Yoon Hyun-ji of Korea. And then down on mat number 3, we've got Gemma Gibbons of Great Britain against Purevjagul Klamded of Mongolia. Let's stick around here and have a look at Turks and Yoon then, because we've got Natalie Powell and Ivana Maranic to follow, and then Umeki Mami and Yalinis Castillo, Yu Song, and then Tessie Saville calls as well. So going to be here for a while, I think. We've got quite a bit of judo to come. Yoon defending against the attempted shimiwaza from Victoria Turks. Second Shido picked up by Yoon gives the advantage to the Turks. Oh, she's had to tap out there. Good work from Victoria Turks. An underrated fighter, but she pulls off that nice Juji Gatami to put out Yoon Hyun-ji.
Second round for women under 78 kilograms, number 2. In white for Great Britain, Natalie Powell. In blue for Croatia.
Right, coming up next then, Natalie Powell of Great Britain faces Ivana Maranic of Croatia. It'll be Powell in the white judogi, Maranic in blue.
Next fight on 31, second round, man under 90 kilo. In the white from Sweden, Marcus Ivan. And in blue, for Jordan, Ibrahim Kalaf. Dear spectators, please pay attention on the screen. In white for Cuba, Idalis Ortiz is a current Olympic champion.
Nelerde Çakar, üçüncü Katar'dan bu arada Games'de Kupa temsilcisi İdris Ortiz, Olimpia Varola'nın galibi.
Powell threatening on the left side with what looked like Makikomi, or at least a shape in that direction. She goes again. Yeah, it's unfortunate because it's not a deliberate effort to get into the Makikomi throwing position. It just sort of materializes by accident as Maranic puts her feet in all sorts of places and moves around, and Powell tries to put herself in a position to bring off that Makikomi. Let's see what happens when it's more deliberate. She may have more success. A little bit better. Had to bail on the attempt in the end. But it's Maranic who picks up Shido for passivity. Now Maranic picks up a second penalty, this time for ducking her head underneath. Slightly untidy work. Oh, that was lovely. Absolutely. Didn't even look at the referee there. Knew exactly what was going to be the result of that Tani Otoshi. A good win for Natalie Powell, and that puts her into the quarterfinal. Really nice finish. Misses out with the hip technique, then the left leg comes around the back. Brings Maranic down. Well, that win there for Powell puts her into the second of the quarterfinals. She'll face the winner of the upcoming contest. That's between Umeki Mami, the current world champion from Japan. She faces Yalenis Castillo of Cuba. It'll be Umeki in the white judogi, Castillo in blue. Apart from this contest, we've got the lineup for the quarterfinals. I'll give you that lineup now. The first of the quarterfinals will be Husha Steenhuis of the Netherlands. She'll be up against Victoria Turks of the Ukraine. It'll be Powell to face the winner of this contest, and then it's Luisa Maltzan of Germany and Daria Pogozelic of Poland, and Marhinda Verkerk of the Netherlands, and Gemma Gibbons of Great Britain. That's the quarterfinal lineup. We're just missing the one contest there, and that's the winner of this one, Umeki and Castillo.
Next fight on tatami 1, man under 90 kilo. In the white from Kazakhstan, Samad Yasen. And in the blue for Serbia, Dmitry Gerasimenko.
Well, Umeki making short work of Castillo there. We now know the full lineup of the under 78 kilo category quarterfinals list, but I've already gone through that, so we won't detain you further. Umeki will face Powell of Great Britain. Right, we've got the number 1 seed and current world champion coming up next. Yu Song of China. She faces Tessie Savelcools of the Netherlands. It's round 2 of the plus 78 kilo category. The winner of this will be into the quarter-final. Idalis Ortiz is already into that stage. She's the number 2 seed here in the lower half of the draw. They've already had their second round contest, so Ortiz over Cherik. We'll see how Yu Song gets on here. We've got the weights here for these two fighters. I think Tessie Savelcools is the lightest of the fighters in the weight category. 96 kilos. I can't see. Actually, Katarzyna Fermanek of Poland is only 91, but there's no one else lighter. So the second lightest of the fighters in this weight category, Tessie Savelcools at 96, whilst Yu Song is up there at 128, so a good deal heavier. Nice effort there from Savelcools. Not really getting the feet moving. She had the top half reasonably well worked out. And Yu Song picks up a penalty. No score yet between Yu Song of China and Tessie Savelcools of the Netherlands. This is round 2 of the plus 78 kilo category. And down on mat 3, we've just had Yamabe winning out in her contest. Yamabe will face the current Olympic champion Dallas Ortiz of Cuba in the third of the quarterfinals. There's an English term, it's called ambush, to jump on someone in surprise, and we're about to ambush the bronze medalist from yesterday in the under 70 kilo category, Elvis Rodriguez of Venezuela, because she's not a fluent English speaker, so she's got some nerves. I know she's a little bit nervous, but you know that we'll get over that. So I'm going to say good afternoon, Elvis Ma. How are you?
Hello, good afternoon. Very happy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Very happy.
Yeah. First Grand Slam medal.
Yes,
ever.
It's my first.
But even for Venezuela.
Yes, I think for Venezuela too.
Yeah. Okay. So where in Venezuela do you come from? Which city?
Bolivar. I am from.
Oh, I don't know, because I mean everybody knows Caracas and Maracaibo, Valencia, these places, but
Bolivar is 9 o'clock to 9 or to Venice.
It's close to where? Which city is it near?
It's long.
Oh, it's a long way
yes.
away. Oh, okay, all right.
Very long.
And your family there, were they watching yesterday on the stream?
Yes,
Did you know? Yeah.
Yes. For Iponte. Yes.
Good.
All very happy for medal.
A good advertisement for Ipon TV then. When they were watching in Venezuela. I hope they had a strong enough signal. It must be difficult because you are just a few athletes from Venezuela, not many, just a small number. How many athletes from Venezuela here in this competition? Yeah.
7.
Oh, that wasn't bad. It was a good number.
Yes.
Good number.
63, more 100, 19, 48, 16. I mean.
Who's the 48 kilo fighter? What's her name?
Maria Guedes.
How did she get on?
No, it's nude.
Okay, right.
She's nude.
She lost out, yeah?
Yes.
And now that we've finished here in Baku, or your competition is finished.
No, I go to next week Almaty.
Again?
Yes.
Yeah?
Grand Prix to Almaty.
But your judo is really going up. Eh? I mean, it really is looking nice. It's not just some lucky wins, nice big throws, good techniques.
Oh.
You yes, happy with the medal. What about the progress? You happy with your progress?
Yes, I am very happy for my progress.
Who are you training with? You're training in Budapest, is that right?
Now I back to Venezuela.
And what about when you were in Europe, in Hungary, yeah, at the IJF training center? And what names? Who are you?
Duna Varsha.
Yeah?
Duna Varsha. I training here 2 months.
You liked it?
Yes, I liked. Very good.
But nice to go home, yeah?
Yes.
For the weather.
Very good.
So we're going to see you again in Almaty, and then you never know, can be masters in Guadalajara. You never know. It's possible.
It's possible.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
Yes.
Making good progress. Let's just have a look at Belkiskaya of Turkey. She's up against Zhenya Chibisova of Russia. It's Belkiskaya in the white judogi, Chibisova in blue. This is round 2 of the plus 78 kilo category. Just wondering where we're going to go after this. The winner of this will face Yu Song, so it's a tough ask for whomsoever wins this one, because they face the current world champion and number one seed. All right, well, it was nice of you to come up and visit us. We know that you don't speak a great deal of English, but that's improving as well, yeah? Your English is getting better and better. Maybe not.
I understand.
Okay. Right, well, we're going to give you maybe a couple of months. But you have to improve on your English for the interviews at Olympics.
Yes.
Okay, Elvis Mal Rodriguez, the bronze medalist in the under 70 kilo category. We look forward to seeing her next week in Almaty, and then perhaps in Guadalajara at the Masters. Okay, thank you very much, Elvis Mal. We'll speak to you soon. And it's Belkiskaya who comes up with the big score there. Was Aaron Chibisova is going to find it difficult to get out of this one. Wrapped up tightly in the osaikomi here. She's not moving. Zera Belkiskaya of Turkey wins out against Zhenya Chibisova. And we were talking about the matchup in the first of the quarterfinals, and it'll be Yu Song of China, and that will suit. It would have suited Yu Song to fight Chibisova, the taller fighter. I think she's going to have a harder time against Belkiskaya. But anyway, that's who her opponent will be. Who have we got coming up next? This is on mat number 3. Dimitri Peters of Germany will be up next. He faces Marina Slutskaya. And then on mat 2, it's Emily Andiol of France. She's up against Sonia Asela of Algeria. That's the contest that we've got coming up now. Andiol, seeded number 4, so she's in the top half of the draw. This is the best pool, by the way. Andiol, Asela, Yasmin Kulb, Santa Pacanita, and Moniz. Moniz is already out. She's been put out by Pacanita, so that lineup there, the second round lineup, is Andiol and Asela, the contest you're watching now. We'll follow that with Yasmin Kulbs and Santa Pacanita. I'm not sure if we'll stick around for that one. She really wants to try to get rid of that right arm over the top. Try and break that up. Maybe a little right-sided Sionagi effort. She just pushed the arm across there, and that's made it difficult for Andiol. Just picked up a single Shido for passivity. The advantage then is with Andiol with 2 minutes and 40 odd left to go. Good strong grip with the right arm from Andiol, making it difficult for Asella to come up with any kind of attack. She thinks about a little Tsurikomiyashi there, doesn't quite get moving. And it's still Andiol with that strong grip. And now right-sided Makikomi effort from Andiol, but she just falls flat on her face, and there's no real chance of catching Asella with that one. Yamabe and Ortiz will go head-to-head in the third of the quarterfinals. Up. Well, we've still got some time before that happens. Thought about a right-sided Ouchigari there, but wasn't in the best position to bring it off, and I think we're going to have yet another penalty against Asella, a third for passivity. She's really struggling here, Andiol, not having to do a great deal, just put in a couple of attacks here and there, and looking rather straightforward for the French fighter. Slutskaya, meanwhile, has defeated Kaya Sayet of Turkey down on mat 3. So it's Slutskaya who goes into the last of the quarterfinals. That's down on mat 3. We're going to wander down there ourselves, because coming onto the mat is Dmitry Peters of Germany. He faces Ramzadin Saidov of Uzbekistan. It's Peters in the white judogi, Saidov in blue. Let's go down to mat number 3. Have a look and see what's happening down there as Emily Andiol finishes off Sonia Asella. So that one's done and dusted. There's Peters working on the ground now. We've still got Elvisma Rodriguez with us. And I'm sure she's enjoying her time in Baku. Yeah? Good time in Baku? Oh, sorry, we haven't got any volume for you. There you go. No wonder you couldn't hear her. I just looked through the contests yesterday in the 70 kilo category. That was a good win against the Dutch fighter, Sanne van Deken, in round 1. And then Katarzyna Kliss, who was a bronze medalist at European Team Championship. She was in that team, a gold medalist with the Polish team who won the European Team Championships in Kazan. And then the loss in the quarterfinal was to the world silver medalist from Spain, Maria Bernabeu. Bernabeu went on to win the competition. That put Elvisma into the repechage contest, and that was a great win against Gershak Sabina. But you must have practiced with Gershak then.
Yes,
yeah.
in Hungary.
In Hungary, yeah.
Yes.
And then you had to defeat her. So that was a good win. That was a great win as well from Juliana Robra, and that was a beautiful technique to finish off, to throw Juliana Robra in the bronze medal match for Ippon. That was really terrific. We all got excited up here for you when that happened. Nice finish. Great feeling as well. Must have been big celebrations in Venezuela as well from the family and all your fans watching. Because it was a good time as well. The time was good for the time. And Peters goes over as well. What an effort from Saidov. Then he comes up with Yuko. They may show the replay of that just to See whether it was Yuko or Wazari. There's some talk about it. They've just changed it from Yuko to Wazari. I thought that was worth a little bit more. Peters didn't, but Saidov did. He probably thought it was worth Ippon. Anyway, it's the lead for Ramzidin Saidov with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Peters with a bit of work to do, and he almost goes over again. Oh, and a chance on the ground now. A slip from Zaidov. Can you believe it? Into Tatishio Gatami, and Peters, vice-like strong. Incredible. Such a good lead for Saidov. And then he falls into the Osai Komi. Well, I won't want to look at his face when he gets up. Peters has got no problem, but for Saidov, he won't be able to believe this. This is the score. Yeah, Wazari was a good score. They gave Yuko originally, but he got caught up in the attempt to turn Peters over, and once he'd lost the arm, it was Saidov who got turned over here. Just as he loses it, the left leg of Peters flips over, traps him, and then there's the Osai Komi. Oh well. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Peters dodged that bullet. He goes into the third of the quarterfinals, and he'll face the winner of the upcoming contest, which is between Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia and Javad Majoub of Iran. It's Gviniashvili in the white judogi and Majoub in blue. Well, Gviniashvili himself dodged a bullet this morning when he defeated Ivan Remarenko of the United Arab Emirates. He was given Ippon originally, and they changed the score to Wazari, and Gviniashvili came back to defeat the man from the UAE. He then went on to defeat the world champion Elkan Mammadov of Azerbaijan, and now here he is up against Majoub of Iran. Nicely set up. He really does need to get this one under his belt, however, because this one will put him up and in amongst the chance for a medal. Looks a little undersized, does Gviniashvili. He really is only a 90-kilo fighter. Fighting up at 100. He manages to avoid getting caught there, and now right-sided Ojigari that forces Majoub back, but now a little attempt at Kataguruma that Majoub manages to block. Majoub has already defeated Duke Didier of Australia in the second round. He had a first round bye, so no real chance to get warm here. Gviniashvili has already had Remarenko and Mammadov before he got to this point. So the Iranian nice and fresh, whereas Gviniashvili has had 2 difficult contests already. Over on the right hip from Gviniashvili again. He can't come up with any footwork after the completion of the technique, from the hip technique, and over he goes again. Can't see if Gviniashvili's really hurt his arm there. Majoub picks up a penalty. It's going to be important for Gviniashvili to keep in mind that part of his tactics should be to make it to frustrate Majub, if you like, so that the Iranian opens up and gives Gviniashvili more opportunities to attack. Well, he's picked up a second penalty, but Gviniashvili won as well for just locking the fingers there. So both fighters are penalised. It does put a little bit more pressure, however, on Javad Majub, because he's now on 2 penalties and there's still over 2 minutes left to go. Gviniashvili making sure that Majub keeps moving. Gviniashvili needed to follow up. I mean, it's the key really to unsettling Majub. That initial attack may not catch him, but he's got much better chance with combinations. Majub has a quick look at the clock. There's 1:20 left to go. Just both tapping away at the feet here, but not with any real seriousness, no real thought of coming up with a technique. And there was the suspicion of an attempted Sitemiwaza there, but Gviniashvili just ended up sitting on his backside and there was no score. Needs to hang on tight here to that leg and burn a bit of the clock. This will suit Gviniashvili for the clock to tick away, because the greater degree of frustration that enters into Majub's judo, the better it is for Gviniashvili. The Iranian's got to open up now. We're inside the last minute. No score. 2 penalties picked up by Majub, just 1 by Gviniashvili. And you just get the feeling that Majub is coming forward a little bit more. That's going to suit Gviniashvili. And there you go. He had to open up, and that was what was going to happen. Had to open up. Just needs to free that leg, or to stay on the ground and burn up as much time as possible. It's out now, and the Osai Komi as well. Nice score for the Wazari, and now the Kazuri Yokoshio Gatami, maybe Muni Gatami, to finish off. He did the right thing. Just take the time off the clock. When he opened up, come up with a score. Gviniashvili is having an incredible day. He's had to fight Remarenko in the first round, the current world champion Elkan Mamadov in the second, Majub of Iran, and that puts him up against the Olympic bronze medalist Dimitri Peters, and that's only the quarter-final. What a day. What a day. That's only the quarter-final. He's had to work so hard to get to this point. But this will be the last time that Bekir Gviniashvili has to work that hard, because the points that he will pick up here will push him up to a point where he gets some protection in the draw. At the moment, he's got no protection. He's not in the top 8. Oh, well, he got a nice tap on the shoulder from Martin Pacek on the way out. Pacek is in the top 8. In fact, he was seeded number 3 here. And now he's up against Wolf Aaron of Japan. It's Pacek in the white judogi, Wolf in blue. Elvis Ma Rodriguez is still with me. She's looking a little bit restless, you know. She's not as comfortable up here as she is on the mat. Let's look at Wolf of Japan. Pacek, the much taller fighter. He's got long arms and long legs. Makes things difficult. Who's over on the right there? Wolf left his arm out. I think there was a suspicion of a wakigatami there. They are going to have a look at it, but it was okay, and we press on. No score yet. Chomsky and Medvedev are up there on mat number 1. That's in the under 90 kilo category. We haven't missed anything then. Right, we're going to say goodbye to Elvis Mar Rodriguez because Neil Adams is going to come and take her place. It was nice to see you. You can say goodbye to your fans though.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Thanks very much and good luck. We'll see you in Almaty.
Yes. See
Okay.
you
You got the money?
Yes.
Right, okay. Some shopping in Baku maybe? Little shopping?
Maybe I go to 3 o'clock tour.
A tour?
Go to tour.
Enjoy that. Okay, Elvis Mar Rodriguez, the bronze medalist from yesterday in the under 70 kilo category from Venezuela.
Bye. See you.
Bye. No score yet. Wolf Aaron has picked up the single Shido. On the adjoining mat, Ben Fletcher and Luciano Correa in the under 100 kilo category. Patrick has picked up Shido now, making things a little bit awkward. Second penalty picked up by Martin Pacek now. Sorry, a third. That was a third. Vladimir Nutsubidze stopping the contest and issuing a third penalty. It was second one for Wolf. Minute left to go. Patrick attacking over on that right side. There was no score there. Attacking strongly over on that right side. Almost stepped onto that Uchimata. Sumigashi, the thought was there. Couldn't carry it out. He just pushed him away with both arms. He felt that coming, blocked it well. Nice defence there from Wolf. He's a very unusual fighter for a Japanese. He's got this awareness that I think suits his defence when it comes to fighting the Europeans. It's not always the way with Japanese fighters. Sometimes they can't work it out, but Wolf has. And he just squeezes past Patrick. He picked up 2 penalties. Patrick picked up 3, and he's the kind of awkward fighter that I think other Japanese would not have worked out. Wolf worked it out fairly quickly. He just managed to keep that distance with him and found a way past him. Good afternoon, Neil.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Sheldon. He's interesting, isn't he, Wolf? Because he won the trials, the Japanese trials, and he is one of these kind of fighters that could beat top Europeans, but he's also beaten the Japanese as well.
He's doing the business.
But he is a worker. He's a real workhorse. Yeah.
It's a slightly different style. Although there were flashes of, the more traditional type Japanese player when the opportunity presented itself. He looked good. Good. Now, the talking point for me of the morning has been Beka Gviniashvili. Gviniashvili had a first-round contest against Ivan Remerenko of United Arab Emirates. We all know how tough Remerenko can be, and Remerenko threw him for Ippon. Well, they gave Ippon initially, and then they cancelled it and gave Wazari. Gviniashvili came back to throw Remerenko for Ippon. Well, that brought up a second-round contest against the current world champion Elkan Mammadov, whom he threw for Ippon as well. He then had the Iranian Javad Majoub, who he threw for Wazari and then held, and that was all up until round 3. So poor old Gviniashvili has had Remerenko, Mammadov and Majoub all up until the quarter-final, and he now faces the Olympic bronze medalist.
He's had an easy run through then.
You know what I mean? Poor fella. Peters had a bye in the first round. Anis Ben Khalid of Tunisia. And then, he had a tough one against Saidov, who he also went down by Wazari, and he came back to defeat. And it was that attempt on the arm lock that Peters was able to turn over and then get the...
It's interesting, though, isn't it? We were talking about it yesterday. Sometimes you can have the really tough road through, and you come through as the winner, and then other times you can have the easy way through and you just lose out. It's probably exactly what he wants. Gviniashvili obviously gone up the weight category, trying to qualify. Had a very interesting conversation with his coach and asking really should he really be going for the Olympic Games. They've got high hopes for him for 2020 for the Olympic title. 90 kilograms, not at 100. And I said, well, going to the Olympic Games, absolutely imperative, because it is an event, on its own, really, the Olympics, and any experience you can have stepping out into the Olympic arena, it's very important to have. So I think it looks like he's got a qualification, chance, hasn't he, at 100 kilograms.
I don't think there's any doubt now that he will qualify. He will qualify. They'll probably send him to one more, because the way that it will work out is that he'll now be in a a qualification position, there won't be enough people agreeing to fill that 100-kilo spot at the Masters, and he'll get a shot at that. So he won't go to Almaty, there won't be any need. Or, if it works out, he'll say, OK, I'm fit, strong enough, I'll go to Almaty and I'll give the Masters a miss.
Well, that's what I would do.
Yeah, that would be the way to do it, because there'll be less people there. It'll be a better one for him to go into.
I would definitely do that.
Mind you, after this, he'll want to rest. I mean, look. I mean, it's just been so difficult. This has been a really, really tough start for him, and we haven't had Peters yet.
They said he's a warrior.
Well, he is. I mean, I can see the prospect of Peters, Wolf. Let's say that he did everybody today. Peters, Wolf, and Karl Richard Frey. If it works out that way, how could you do that? You know,
Well,
I mean,
that's
everybody in the world, isn't it?
Well,
Except Hagar.
The nice thing about this particular tournament for him is that if he comes through this one, he'll realise that he's got a proper medal chance at the Olympic Games, because it is a tough old draw.
Grohl. They're the only ones missing, really.
Well, exactly.
I think Remerenko okay, but it was Mamedov and the nature of his win, and Majub as well. Majub, there was there were some tactical errors by all three of them. All three of them committed tactical errors when they were facing Viniashvili. And I think what's happening is they're looking at him coming in to their category and looking to have him fight in their style. He hasn't done that. All that he's done is moved up and continued to fight his way. They're not accustomed to that. Well, they're accustomed to the other 100-kilo fighters.
I think that once he'd actually adapted as well, just to the weight difference, I think that's part of it, is that you have to adapt to the weight difference. We talked about it, didn't we, about the different guys that have come up, Soborov and
from wherever they come from into
wherever
a new weight.
When they come in, they have to adapt.
Shavdatoashvili into the 73s, Galstin into the 66s. Wherever you move, you're going to find there's a new smell in the air. There's a new feel, isn't there? There's a different tempo.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there. It is a different feel. It's a different balance completely. Well, we got Buzzacarini here. What do you think about Buzzacarini? Oh, look at that. Beautiful Uranagi. Just there at the right time for that.
He's not bad, is he?
No, he's good. Buzzacarini, I think, he's one that they've put their... they put money into him. Yeah. He's been out there a lot at these Grand Prix, Grand Slam tournaments.
I mean, what the question is, I think what Neil is posing is, who would you go for? Buzzacarini or Luciano Correa? I don't see Correa bringing off this kind of technique.
No, well, the thing is with Correa as well, former world champion, but obviously now, on the kind of tail end of his career, obviously. This guy, though, Buzzacarini, I think they'll probably go for the young. Nice Uranagi, that. Beautiful there. Bayakub of Algeria. Couldn't do anything about that.
He's not getting off that, is he?
No.
Right, there's another Brazilian on mat 2. That's David Moura. He faces Borbana, but we're going to stick here on mat 3 because we're going to see the contest between Roy Meyer of the Netherlands and Batulga Temoilen of Mongolia. That was Batulga. Who did he stuff this morning?
Is that a technical point?
Yeah,
was it?
Because it was, I mean, he did. He gave him a good stuffing this morning. Maya as well. He squeezed past Shinkiev of Kazakhstan, and you just wanted to be in the air of Shinkiev to tell him what to do, because he was tactically inept this morning, the Kazakh fighter against Maya, and Maya was lucky to get past him. Anyway, he's made his way into the third of the quarterfinals. It's Maya in the white judogi, Batulga in blue. Here's Neil.
Interesting situation. Meyer is one of the ones that's gone up a weight category. He was originally minus 100, but fighting. And at first, when he came into the heavyweights, I think that he looked just like a pumped up light heavyweight. Now he's starting to look like a proper heavyweight. He's up to, I think, number 6 in the world. and with a serious chance of being there roundabout at the Olympic Games. All depends on the draw, of course, at the Olympics. And I think that part of what this tournament, the next tournament, is all about is either trying to qualify for the Olympic Games or trying to qualify in the top 8. Certainly in the heavyweights, that's going to be very, very important as to where they are with regards to Renair.
Yeah, I think if your draw, let's say you're not in the top 8, you could end up drawing in the first round. Teddy Riner will, end of story. Basically, anything can happen, but basically, you're on your way out. So the reason for being in the top 8, first and foremost, is to totally reduce your chances of hitting Riner in that first round. After that, you may have a sniff. But if you've got him in the second round, you've got the same problem. Riner is the man to avoid. You just don't want to be anywhere near him. You've got a chance with anyone else.
Well, there's two things, isn't there? You've either got to be ranked number 2, or you've got to be ranked number 7, which will put you on the opposite side as well. So it's quite... 3 as well puts you down there. 2 and 3 put you in the bottom half of the draw. Anything else, your history. And if you get it wrong by 1 point...
Yeah. But Tolga's not happy.
Well, he's just been disqualified there just for grabbing the leg. So hopefully we'll have a look at that back in slow motion just to see how that happened. But Tolga, former Olympic champion there, and making a big mistake.
Well, Volkov and Tangriev are coming on, but we may just have be able to squeeze in the replay of that.
This is how it happened. Ooh, look at that. So he went onto the leg there, Sheldon, as he hit the ground. So the big Makakomi comes across. Maya resists. And then before, well, it's because he could still throw. He was in a throwing position.
The technique hadn't been completed yet, and he was attempting to assist the finish with the leg. Well, that's Hansokamake.
I think that if he'd have just left it, released all hands, and then gone onto the leg, it would have made a difference.
Well, that's incredible. I said this morning when Tangriev won, his first couple of contests, that it was incredible that we're still watching Tangriev, and he just spanked Volkov there, didn't he, with that Uchimata? Can you believe it?
He does have some magic moments, doesn't he, Tangriev?
Well, and that was one of them. Look at that. I mean, here's someone who had wrapped it up 4 years ago. Done and dusted, put his feet up, had a little, he had his moments, what I'm talking about. And then here he is, look. This is a really, really top draw effort. Bang, over it goes from someone who's supposed to be a contender, Volkov.
Well, I don't think he's really done much, has he? He won the World Open, didn't he, without Teddy Riner being there that one time. And then, since then, any meeting with Riner has ended in defeat. But there he is, going through.
We got the number 1 seed in the plus 100 kilo category on the adjoining mat. Let's go and have a look quickly at Borbana. He's up against David Murra, who leads, by the way. But no, David Murra's taken the contest. Borbana is down in the repechage. But we can stay here because Iachiv Kamo is up against Rafael Silva. For me, this is the big test for the Ukrainian.
Well, I mean, world bronze medalist at the last World Championships. For me, I've got him as a medal hope or a medal possibility for the Olympic Games because he's been very, very consistent and he's really come through as a major. And it will be a real test for Rafael Silva here. Silva is, well, back-to-back with his teammate there for the Olympic place. Have they made a decision yet on that?
And Murra's just defeated the number 1 seed. He's in the semi-final. So the ball, if you like, is in Silva's court now. He's got to come up with a win.
Well, not only that, I mean, but the last 2 times, actually, the final of Pan American, actually Silva beat Murra. Yeah.
See, I know people talk about that. but it's the one person that you're not going to fight at the games. So
True enough.
That's the only thing.
Wow.
Of course, it gives you that bit of an edge, and you feel that. But let's say that you defeat all the foreign opposition, but you lose every time to your teammate. It's not going to matter, is it?
Well, which is one of the reasons, isn't it, that the Japanese team have always, they don't always decide on. They decide on the one that's going to win the Olympic gold medal, or who they think is going to win the Olympic gold medal. Their domestics are just to sort certain other things out.
So it's Kamo in the white judogi, silver in blue. There's no score yet. 3:40 odd left to go, and there's a real interest here as to whether Kamo can work out tactically how to deal with Silver. Silver, I'm sorry to say, he's got no tactics. There's only one way for him. He's heavy, he's big, and he's strong, and that'll be it. Kamo at least has the options of trying one or two different ways to unsettle the big man, and let's see if he's clever enough. Got some nice throwing skills, by the way.
He has. I think that Kamo, he's just got a penalty there, and I don't quite get that. He was the one that was actually moving and trying to move Silva, but anyway, he's got a Shido on the board, but I think he'll be the most dangerous here. He's going to take the fight, and there he is. That's going to be a score, is it? A Yuko? Takes him down with Uranagi. I was just about to say, he'll look for the opportunity, Kamo.
Yeah, let's have I'm not sure if we can have another look at that.
Well, I thought that was a Yuko. I thought it was worth a Yuko. There we go.
Yeah. And see, now, for me, the whole shape changes. Kamo's there. We've got 3 minutes to go. He's a Yuko up. He's only picked up the one penalty. Silver has got a mountain to climb here in a way. If he's clever and doesn't get pulled in, he just doesn't want to get drawn in too close to him. The more that he can move, the more that he can keep Silver moving and keep up, the tempo, the more frustrated Silver is going to be.
Well, I think that's what Kamo's got. He's got the tempo, he's got the movement, and he's growing in stature in the heavyweight division. It's a little bit like the Israeli.
Yeah, or Sasson. Getting used to it.
He's getting used to it. He's getting more and more confident as he goes through each event. It just seems to be when they come up against the big guy.
There's a power drain, isn't there? When you plug into a guy like Silver, that just making contact with him is draining power from you. And I just wonder if with 2 minutes left to go, we've already had a minute. See, nothing's changed. He hasn't picked up another penalty, so that's good news for him with that minute. 2 minutes left to go, and the longer the contest goes without him picking up a penalty, the better it is, because tactically you want to play those as jokers at the end, and pick up the odd the odd penalty. He's really living dangerously, however.
Well, I think we're just talking actually, that was close there, Uchimata there from Silva, and we were just talking about running too early. 1 minute 37, Kamo gets a second penalty there. He cannot afford, at 1.5 minutes to go, just to run away. He needs to be positive with his attacks. Offence is better than defence. Well, it is defence, isn't it, offence? But he needs to attack properly and fully, not just tap away at the feet. That was a proper one there, but left hand. Sukuri hand was absolutely in the wrong position there. It's too high. Oh, look at that. Tsukeshi there. He goes right the way over there, Silva. Got to give him credit for absolute commitment. Now it's going to tell. Last minute now.
See, for me, this suits... normally, it would suit the person who's chasing, but for me, it suits Kamo. There's enough time just to gather yourself. He's a clever fighter. He's going to look at the clock. He knows that he's got a minute. There is one Shido left in the in the pack that he can play with. Silver, on the other hand, has got to be looking at this. He's thinking, I'm a Yuko down. I'm in the last minute. It's full out, isn't it?
Well, there's two possibilities as far as I'm concerned. They either reduce it to 3 penalties, or they give a double penalty. Of course, in the 80s, we had a possibility of a kaikoku, which is a double penalty. And then it overruled the Wazari, which was ridiculous, having a penalty overrule the Wazari, but or any kind of score. But if you're in danger of getting 2 penalties, or for a fact now, if it was only 3 penalties, Camo would know that in this last minute he can lose this match, and he would have to attack. But they're going to have to stop it somehow, because in the last minute they're running. They know they've got 2 penalties. You know, that he's got another one there that he can actually play to.
Yeah. I wouldn't have run back to the mat either. But what's that about?
Yeah, just take your time, have a cup of tea.
I'm taking as long as possible.
Well, he's got quite good condition there,
Good man.
Camo. He does move for the whole contest. He's not stopping.
It's a shame that after that initial Cernaghi effort, he didn't come up with just a little foot tap. But it looks as though Silva's done, you know.
Yeah, Silva hasn't got a lot left, and I think that's why Camo wanted to get on with it. He's much better, Camo, just this last 33 seconds to really... Well, does that look as if it's it?
Yeah,
No,
he's done.
So he's obviously pulled a hamstring there by the looks of it.
Well, 3 things happen here. That single act is like dominoes. 1, Mura is in the semi-final. He's not coming back. If you pull a hamstring, you're not coming back. So he's not coming back for the repechage contest. So Silva's out, Mura's going through, so is Yakif Camo.
So you're the Brazilian coach now, so what are you going to do?
Well, he's not going to Almaty, because they're on a tour, aren't they? Yeah. So he's not in Almaty, and if I'm David Mura, I'm saying, hey, send me to Almaty. I want a piece of that, you know. But it's perfectly possible that Mura, I mean, who's he up against in the semi-final? Camo.
Oh, well, that'll be interesting.
Right, Husha Steenhuis of the Netherlands faces Victoria Turks of Ukraine. It's Steenhuis in the white judogi, Turks in blue.
So here's another question. You're the Dutch team manager now, Steenhuis, or...
Well, I regret to have to tell you that decision has already been made. It was...
So Steenhuis isn't going?
She's not going. And the only thing now for the Dutch to do is to look at Steenhuis to see whether she can dig deep and come up with a performance that merits the term fighter. All right, you're not going, but have you got the fight in you?
Has she got the higher world ranking?
Yes.
Interesting decision, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
They've gone for the former world champion.
You've got current performance and youth, and yet they've gone for previous performance
and experience.
Yeah. Well, it's up to them. But, you know...
Steenhuis now just taking it to the ground.
There is one other thing that can be taken into consideration, and that is, let's say that Martin de Verkerk, having been selected, picked up an injury, and she'd thrown her toys out. You know, no way back.
Well,
however, she's got to stay in.
That's my other question was, why is she here? And it can only be to be a reserve and a well-prepared reserve.
Yeah.
So good decision, I think, from the Dutch. So left to right situation here. Steenhuis, left-handed fighter. Turks, right-handed. Makes it very awkward catching that sleeve. But actually, Turks is going just directly onto the other lapel as well. Full commitment, Sumigeshi. Difficult decision, I think, when you've got two going head to head, and they don't always like it, and I know that from being a coach myself, and you put the fighters, certain fighters head to head, and it doesn't go down too well. with the ones that think that they should be out ahead. But actually it does create that extra edge on the fighters. Well, that's interesting. Verkerk.
She's just defeated Gemma Gibbons of Great Britain on mat 3. Single Shido.
Well, that's another head-to-head, isn't it, for Great Britain there.
Powell.
Powell and Gibbons. Gibbons losing in the bronze medal contest for the European bronze medal. So she's not even going for the sleeve there, Turks. Just the Korean grip, you could say. High lapel and the other hand directly onto the other lapel. But it does give the opportunity for Stunhouse to control that sleeve. Look how Stunhouse is just taking that sleeve and how easily she's dominating. It's going to really backfire on her in a minute, Turks. She's looking for the same takedown each time. Is that shimiwaza on from Stunhouse? If I was Stunhouse, I'd just wait for her to turn in and then just redirect the movement. Looking for the Yoko Wakari, Turks. Now is the opportunity just for the Ouchi. One penalty in it. Victoria Turks has the Shido. Interesting little tussle on the other mat there. Quarter-final of the heavyweight division. Ortiz, the Olympic champion, against Yamabe of Japan.
Might be one to watch.
Still no score. "17 seconds left. Stunhouse still ahead. There's the movement again. And it's all over. Stunhouse goes through to the semi-final. It'll make it even more difficult for her, won't it? Certainly as she hasn't got the Olympic berth.
Well, she'll face Natalie Powell or Umeki Mami in that semi-final. It'll be Powell in the white judogi, Umeki, that's coming up next here on mat number 2. Meanwhile, down on mat number 3, Dallas Ortiz of Cuba faces Yamabe Kanae of Japan. There's no score in that contest. There's a little under 2 minutes left in that one. A single Shido picked up by Ortiz. We'll keep you informed as to what's happening there. But coming onto the mat now, Powell in the white judogi faces the current world champion, Umeki Mami of Japan.
Growing in confidence, isn't she, Natalie Powell? She really is. This is going to be very much on that grip. Natalie Powell have to make sure that she gets that big left arm over and quickly. If Umeki dominates her sleeve, she'll find it difficult to rotate. It's left to left. Big left arm. She needs to get it over, snap it across to control the head of Umeki.
We were talking earlier on about Buzakarini and Korea, that matchup in the under 100 kilo category, and it was Ben Fletcher of Great Britain who put out Luciano Korea, so I'm sure that he'll get a drink from Buzakarini tonight for that favour.
Having a good tournament, aren't they? Great Britain
Yeah,
really having
very,
a great tournament. And Natalie Powell here of Great Britain started the contest at a good pace. And she's matching Umeki for pace. It's left to left, so got to be a little bit careful wrapping around that front leg. Needs to hit the outside of the back leg if possible, just to change the balance. You have to hit the other side, and there's a Judo there for Natalie Powell. Does have a tendency to drift out the area, and this is where attacking both flanks becomes so important, especially on a left to left or right to right. She needs to hit the other leg, go into the gap for an attack. Ochi, beautiful Ochi that was. That's what she needs. Umeki gets a penalty for edge as well. I thought that was off an attack actually. Well, she did it, didn't she? She did go for the other leg there, and she went into the gap. And Umeki trying her best. Oh, she's taken her down. I think it's all over now. That was a Wazari scored there from Umeki, straight into the outside komi. Well, it looks like it's going to be Powell and also, well, both the Brits are going to be fighting, aren't they, for third place?
Yeah, unfortunately, no semi-final spots for either of the British fighters. Gibbons losing out to Verkerk, the Dutch fighter, and Powell, as you just saw there, losing out to the current world champion, Umeki Mami.
So they'll have to come back into final repechage fights.
I'll give you that lineup, sorry, quickly. Husha Steenhuis of the Netherlands will face Umeki Mami, and Louisa Malzahn of Germany will face Marhinda Verkerk. Neil.
Yeah, they'll both have to do repechage fights now, both the Brits. Final repechage fights to qualify, and then they'll fight the losing semi-finalists from each side. So it's, interesting. It's still all systems go there.
We've got the quarter-final now between the current world champion and the number one seed here, Yu Song of China. She faces Belkazeris Kaya of Turkey. It's Yu in the white judogi, Kaya in blue. And I can give you some news about the contest between the current Olympic champion Idalis Ortiz and the Japanese representative Yamabe Kanae. They went head-to-head in the third of the quarterfinals, and it was Yamabe who squeezed past the Olympic champion. 3 penalties picked up by Ortiz, 2 to Yamabe. There was no score, and it's Yamabe who's in to their second semi-final.
I think Yu Song has got to be careful with the counterattacks here, because Kaya has some good counterattacks, and she's on a run of good form at the moment. And by no means absolutely superior in this weight, the world champion. Yu Song was head-to-head with Ma Sisi, wasn't she, for some time, as to who was going to go to the Olympic Games. I think it's going to be Yu Song now, don't you?
Ma she's got a different type of judo, hasn't she? See, Yu Song is that kind of old-style, plodding heavyweight who once in a while is going to come up with an absolutely thumping throw. Ma Sisi actually just had that little bit more about her. She was slightly more aggressive. There's a little bit more movement, but for some reason they like Yu Song. They feel that she's better suited, I think.
Well, it's certainly tipped that way, isn't it?
Yeah. It's hard, isn't it? You know, she wears the red back patch. She's got a bit of, I say, you know, as world champion, she's got a bit of previous, but that's plenty, isn't it? So that maybe that's what's weighing with them.
Such a history in the heavyweight division, certainly in the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't go their way in London. Ortiz becoming the Olympic champion. They desperately want it back. Interesting. looking at the junior world ranking points, there's not one Chinese on the junior world ranking points at heavyweight.
It's surprising because I've got absolutely no doubt whatsoever that when the time comes, they're going to turn out 1, 2, 3 or 4 of them, because that's the way they've always done it.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering where they're going to come from. There's not one on the world rankings. Incredible.
Well, I'd be shocked if in 4 years' time we weren't talking about another Chinese heavyweight. And the only reason for that is that in Olympic history, only 3 countries have ever shared in the women's heavyweight gold medal. It's either been a Chinese winner, a Japanese winner, or a Cuban. That's it for the women's heavyweight. So China would be amiss if they weren't already investing in, discovering some heavyweight from somewhere. I just feel
I was looking for the next one along and couldn't see it. Almost a counter-attack there, wasn't it, Yu Song?
Yeah.
Didn't quite have enough control with the hands.
Yeah, Kaya was able to just turn onto her front and avoid getting scored on there.
Left to right again, Yu Song. Right-handed, Kaya left. Fighting it well against the world champion Kaya of Turkey. There's a nice Uchimata. There's the score. Was Ari scored? I don't think she's going to go anywhere from that. Nice Uchimata. Nice to see that. That's what we want to see, isn't it?
You see what I mean? All of a sudden, they'll pull out something that you've been waiting for. And I don't mean just in this contest. All day. She's into her 3rd fight, or at least 2nd fight anyway, and we haven't really seen anything. All of a sudden, there's a bit of movement, and she comes up with a good scoring technique. That's what the crowd want to see as well. And in a way, you can touch on this thing with Teddy Riner. They booed him last week or the week before in Kazan, not because they didn't like him, but they wanted to see him come and smash people. They'd paid money to come and see this legend of judo. We're in the middle of nowhere, Kazan, so they don't get, lots of opportunities to see the big fella live, and they wanted to see a show. They paid their money to see a show. Now, either somebody beats him, that'll do as well, as part of the show, or he smashes everybody, and they didn't get
Doesn't
either.
always work like
no,
that, though, does it?
Absolutely not. But that's what they paid their money for.
Yeah, it is. It's very difficult when you're the one being fired at as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing his best, and it's hard when nobody wants to fight you.
Well, no, that's it.
Right, coming up next, Emily Andiol of France faces Santa Pacanita of Lithuania. It's Andiol in the white judogi, Pacanita in blue, and here's Neil Adams again. Well,
again, Andiol, one of the ones that has to move. She's not the tallest, not the biggest of the heavyweight in the heavyweight division, so she has to stay lively, but she has real heart, Andiol of France. And you can see how much taller Pekenti is. Just trying to control the head there. Andiol will drop for the Sianagi though. Here it comes. She'll go off the sleeve as well. Oh, there was no drop there, actually. Sodi Surakomi, right the way across. Such a hard fighter, Andiol. All about pace. They've got to make sure that they stay on the pace. Like Sheldon said, it's a lot of it, we just want to see them commit. Heavyweight division, it is a slower pace, but the speed of the technique should still be as quick.
Now, if you want to continue watching this quarterfinal, Emily Andiol and Santa Pacanita, stay here on mat 2. But we're going to go down to mat 3 to pick up the action in the quarterfinal between Dimitri Peters of Germany. He faces Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia. It's Peters in the white judogi, Gviniashvili in blue. There's no score yet, and we just missed the first 15 seconds. Here's Neil.
Wow, what a test. We're just saying Gaviniashvili has had a real run through. Talk about a test at the higher weight category. Well, he's had it. And here he is with the Olympic bronze medalist, Peters. And Peters is absolutely fighting for his place at the Olympic Games. Frey doing well on the other side. And, well, Gaviniashvili could throw anybody, I think. He really could. Just depends, though, and he is fighting a lot better now at minus 100 kilograms. Took him a little while, I think, Sheldon, to really adapt to the weight.
Yeah, you've got to look at the body type that you're facing, and if you've ever seen, the condition of Dimitri Peters, I mean, he's chiseled. He's like one of those Greek gods, isn't he, that you see the statues of. So, mind you, Gaviniashvili's no slouch when it comes to being
so bad,
physique. Oh, that was close. Just a little bit more of a push would have caught him there, but he didn't go over.
I think the other thing is Gaviniashvili knows he's got to be careful with Peters. One of the few under 100 kilo players that loves his newaza and his follow through.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that Neil makes about the newaza, because Gaviniashvili is, he can finish people off strength-wise, but with regard to developing moves and turnovers and things like that, it's not there. And there it goes! Peters, he's gone over for Wazari. That's a good score for Gaviniashvili.
Massive Surigoshi there from Gaviniashvili.
And he's disappointed.
Well, he is, because he wants it over, that's why.
He knows that he's maybe going to get one chance to finish it off with one move, and that probably was it. And he's got a sore right shoulder as well. That was from the previous contest.
Well, I think he's looking at the clock thinking, I've got him 3 minutes now.
Yeah, this is a hornet's nest, isn't it? You've just stirred up the hornet's nest, and
wow.
Peters is out of it. He's gonna be buzzing all over Gaviniashvili now.
Massive Surigoshi there.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff there. Going
Gonna
left
again.
and right. Oh, wow. Well, he doesn't want to know down in Newaza. I don't think he'll be following him down. I think he just wants to throw him. And, well, you can't. I mean, tactically, I suppose you can't.
Would you have been angry with the lack of follow-up? He never even thought about it, did he?
No.
I mean, the least that you would do is jump on his back and at least pretend to do something and see 3, 4, 5 seconds taken off the clock as the referee decides, hang on a minute, there's nothing going on here.
I think the tactics are just stay off the ground with him and just try and throw him.
Yeah.
But he can do it both ways. He's go right and left, Gaviniashvili. And Dimitri Peters, now, his face has changed, you can see.
Yeah.
He means business now.
That for me now, this is all about the countdown on the clock. Can he stay away from being thrown? And Peters is in danger of getting counted there with that.
I think he's going for the Ippon here. I think for sure that Gaviniashvili wants to throw him for Ippon.
Yeah, absolutely. And the closer that Peters gets to him, the bigger the opportunity for Gaviniashvili is. I think that's a really dangerous tactic from Peters to get the hips in there close.
Well, yeah, that big arm over the top. It's playing into the Georgian's game. And he gets Shido there. He got Shido for holding the belt.
For too long. He's got these nice long legs, and he's got that sit-down Kataguruma Peters that he can come up with, and any kind of Yoko Satemi waza that also keeps the distance away. Oh, he's going to go again,
Well, he's going on the right this time. One on the left, now one on the right.
And that finish brings up a Yuko. 2 scores, minute 51, Neil.
So he gets one Wazari with the left Surigoshi, decides to switch it to the right, and over Peters goes for a Yuko.
And we were talking initially about 3 minutes to live. Half the time's gone now, minute 40.
Well, he hasn't given up either, and I still think he's going to go for it. He's going to go left again, the arms in place, and Peters feels it. Oh, my goodness me! Oh, he just manages to stop it. Well, that was fingernail stuff, that one. Toes were just on the mat there. Gviniashvili then dominating this, coming up to the last minute. Peters feels the danger every time that big right arm's going over.
Oh, that. Well, they'll give up. You'll give up your Yuko there.
Well, I think he might have landed just on the elbow.
Yeah, and then turn. So no score.
Well, whatever he does here, Peters is going upwards and over. Brilliant performance this from Gviniashvili, because this really is one of the top in the world at minus 100 kilos. This is a fully fledged minus 100 kilos fighter.
Medal prospect. Oh, and he's gone again. Oh, again, couldn't come up with the turn.
No, he was just hips
nice
across.
Position. Feet position were perfect. He got his body in there. Couldn't pull the arm through across his own body.
Well, look at his facial expressions there, Peters. He's absolutely rattled, doesn't know what to do with it.
Half a minute.
He's going to go left again, Gviniashvili. He's had so much success with it. No, he's going to go right. Brilliant, absolutely.
20
Best
seconds.
Performance, I think, that I've seen off him at minus 100 kilograms. Needs to get out of there, though.
Oh, problems. 8 seconds.
Can he hold it off? Gviniashvili realises
he's going to do it. And Neil was absolutely right. The last thing that he wanted to do was to be on the ground for that reason. If that had been 3 minutes, it would have been all over.
Well, it was. It was the first opportunity, actually, that he had.
It's the only one, the only chance he had. And all credit to Peters. There were 24 seconds left to go, and he didn't try to jump up. He said, "This is what I do best. This is my best opportunity to win. I'm going to give it a go on the ground." And there was just enough time for Gviniashvili.
I really think that Peters tactically played a really bad match there. I really do. I think he played into Gviniashvili's strengths.
Yeah.
And I think once that Gviniashvili had attacked against that big right arm coming over the top, like you say, just operate at a distance. Yoko Satemi waza, look for the newaza, and that's what I would have done. And I just think he just kept at it all the time.
You could have done a Pacek and dragged them into your strength area, even if it looked ugly. You could have run the risk of the odd Shido for a drop, trying to bring them in, because it would have brought Gviniashvili into it. It would also have suggested to the referees that your opponent wasn't interested in getting in there. And that's negative. If you look to avoid one aspect of the sport, referee gets in his mind, see what your tactic is. You don't want to get involved there.
I agree with you. And I mean, who's it going to be in that semi-final with him? Wolfaran or Buzzacarini Rafael from Brazil? Be an interesting one.
Well, it's Wolfaran in the white judogi, Rafael Buzzacarini of Brazil in blue. We're underway with the last of the quarterfinals. The winner of this will face Beka Gviniashvili, and I'm just going to repeat the rundown for Gviniashvili. Ivan Remarenko, Elkan Mamadov, Javad Majoub, and now Dmitry Peters. Every single one of those is a top draw, a bona fide 100-kilo fighter, including the current world champion. Neil.
Well, I'm just pointing out that Frey went for a big ippon there, so it's Frey and Peters gone, so they've got a bit of a problem.
Did he lose out to the Hungarian?
He did.
Yeah.
A big, massive hugging Ko Soto.
So Janic Miklos did for Karl Richard Frey.
Well, Wolf really is unorthodox for a Japanese fighter. He is. He just grinds away at it, doesn't win by anything spectacular. He just plugs away, but so physically strong. Left to right situation here against Buzzacarini. Buzzacarini trying to keep moving.
The very least that you can say for the Germans, having both lost, is that they haven't ended up in the same half. Frey is going to be in the top half repechage. Peters is going to be in the bottom half. So at least they avoid that. And then we know that the Brazilians aren't going to be facing each other because David Moura is in the semi-final. And whatever happens, Silva isn't coming back out, having pulled a hamstring or whatever it is. In the Dutch head-to-head, How's that working out?
It's interesting, isn't it? All of these events, these last two events, and I'm saying the last two because actually next week is probably the only real chance that
For the others.
For the others, yes, for the ones trying to qualify, the ones outside the top.
Yeah.
Echelon of fighters who will be going to the Masters in Mexico. So this is a good example here of left against right, not being able to catch the sleeve. Buzzacarini has the sleeve now. Got to go on it. Looking quite sharp, Buzzacarini.
Nice movement, isn't it? In, out, in, out. Just helps to...
Shake it all.
Yeah. Pile up the attacks there.
Well, Wolf's got to get on it now.
Yeah.
Actually get on the pace. Going to get a Shido if he's not careful here. He needs something the other side, Wolf. Going just left all the time. Relying on that. Relying on the sleeve grip. When he can't get it, doesn't like it.
He's got the tempo right here, hasn't he? Even if it's not, full-blooded attacks, there's enough there just to, keep him busy.
Well, there's a little bit of a difference, isn't there? Just tapping away, and it's got to be, he's trying to look busy. You're right, he is. Buzzacarini not doing anything major. That might get a Shido, mightn't it? Just that drop. Gets away with it. He's going to get it. Doesn't get away with it. And that's the point, is that you've got to you can look busy, but you've got to break balance if you're going to attack. Saying that, I don't think Aaron Wolf has done anything major. I really don't. I think he needs something as well. He could have had a Shido.
Japanese tend to wait that bit longer, don't they? They don't have the urgency.
Well, he hasn't got the dynamic technique, has he, that a lot of the Japanese have got, and that's why he has to work that little bit harder with it. There's the Uchimata there. That was close, wasn't it? Buzzacarini just managed to kill it. One Shido down, coming into the last minute of this quarter-final here. This one to go through to fight Gviniashvili in the semi-final.
Normally we would check on the more advanced stages of the contests on the adjoining mat. There's a semi-final between David Mura and Yahiv Kamo, but we're going to get to that because we want to have a look at Wolf and Buzzacarini, because one of these will be in the semi-final of the under 100 kilo category. So we'll finish off looking at this. There's only 30 odd seconds left to go, and then we'll go across to mat number 2. Let's finish with this one first.
Oh, Uchimata it was in the end. Gets the Ippon.
Well worth waiting for.
Well, he threatened with it a couple of times, needed the sleeve, and then in the end, Aaron Wolf gets a hopping Uchimata, manages to get the support leg central to finish it off.
Okay, Wolf it is, who we'll see in the semi-final. Buzzacarini will make a reappearance, but it'll be in the repechage contest. Let's go to mat number 2 now to pick up the contest between David Mura of Brazil. He faces Yahiv Kamo of Ukraine. The Ukrainian leads by Wazari already. There's still 4 minutes left to go. We'll move over there in a second. We've got a minor technical hitch, and then we'll be over there.
Oh, he's gone again. Well, I'm just looking over at the Ukrainian. Kamo just came in for a big Kosoto as well. Well in the lead at the moment against Mura, just dominating the contest. Well, we've got Batulga here against Volkov in the repechage of the plus 100 kilograms. Well, I think I said earlier on, Batolga, the Olympic champion, he's not Olympic champion, of course. He wasn't.
That's okay. He's got a similar build to the person who was Olympic champion, Tufshinbaya. I know that's
Yeah, that's who I was referring to. And
Naidan Tufshinbaya. They're
yes.
similar in stature.
But they have depth, haven't they, all the way up, the Mongolians.
Yeah, every single weight.
And we were saying that actually the heavyweights were one of the ones they weren't actually contending, but here he is still fighting for a chance of a medal.
He's giving it a go, and we're going to go. We're going to go to mat 2 because David Mura of Brazil trails in his contest with Yahiv Khamo of Ukraine. It's Mura in the white judogi, Khamo in blue. The Ukrainian leads by Wazari with 2.5 minutes left to go.
One of the most consistent fighters, Khamo, just young, coming through as a major medal prospect for the Olympic Games, that's for sure. David Mura, also one of the up-and-coming, but is he going to get to the Olympic Games, or is it going to be silver? Are they going to go for youth or experience, the Brazilians? Difficult decision, but here he is, Mura. He will be fighting for third place if he doesn't win this. He's got a mountain to climb, though, against Khamo. Khamo can go left and right. Nice Osoto attempt there from Khamo. Mura has a nice Uchimata as well, but not being given a chance to set up the line for it.
I think Khamo is the cleverest of the heavyweights.
Yeah, no, he plays it tactically very, very cleverly, doesn't he? He plays it tactically well. It's about winning the game sometimes.
For me, he's got the right kind of balance. He's got some weight, but he's not the heaviest. He is difficult because he's not the tallest, but he's not... he's almost gone over again, picks up a Yuko. All those things, he's got so much going for him.
And then he can throw as well.
Yeah.
And he's throwing left and right, and he throws it quite naturally. He's just turning in right-handed and then just switches it to left, depending on how his opponent's standing. David Mura here having a job, real job, to stay on his feet.
You know, he must have walked out there, Mura, coming from the warm-up area, knowing that Silver's day was done. He thought, right, all I've got to do is get past Khamo. I've got a guaranteed medal. I must be in the driving seat. And then up he comes against the Ukrainian.
Well, that just goes to show, doesn't it? You never know, do you? And judo it's not over until that bell goes. I was going to say something else there.
Yeah. We haven't heard any singing. So it ain't over yet.
No, it's not.
40-odd seconds left to go. 2 scores for the Ukrainian.
Well, almost a counter-attack as well there. Khamo now being attacked with Jujikitami from David Mura. So 29 seconds to go. Wazari and Ayuko ahead. Khamo. He's breathing quite heavy, I have to say, but he has been attacking well. This is to get to the final. Cianagi this time from Mura. 13 seconds to go. Seconds ticking away. And a beautiful Cianagi there to finish it off there from Khamo. Just drops underneath, got that little bit of movement, and that was superb.
Can you imagine what he'd be like if he was a little bit more fit?
Well, he obviously just breathing that little bit heavy there, coming up to the end of that contest. But I did point out, I mean, it is the semi-final. He did give it his all. He had 3 really good scores there. A Yuko, a Wazari, and a Nippon. So credit to him. And Khamo just gets better and better.
I mean, he could do 4 or 5 kilos just shed 4 or 5 kilos, just tidy him up a little bit, and he wouldn't lose any strength. That's the thing, He'd still be up there as one of the heavy players in the category because he's 131. He's a big guy.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I wonder how much randori they get. Must be difficult for the big guys to get the randori and the quality
ones,
the quality of randori.
Yeah. They might have a few bodies, but you also need the quality.
Well, who do you get plus 130 kilos at your randori practice? Not many.
We're going to go down to mat number 1 now. Nishiyama Daiki of Japan faces Axel Clerget of France. It's Nishiyama in the white judogi, Clerget in blue. There's no scorers yet. 3:40 left on the clock, and here's Neil.
Nishiyama has fantastic change of direction with his Ouchi Uchimata. He really has. It's very similar to Ebenuma's. I've seen him snake the Ouchi in and just change. Just on a dime, you could say, or on a sixpence, but he just changes direction when it goes in. But Clergy absolutely will know that, and it's all action from Clergy.
I'm going to give Neil the option here. Normally we look at the contests that are further in advance. So if there's a semi-final, instead of a quarter-final. This is a quarter-final between Nishiyama and Clerget. We've got the semi-final in the plus 100 kilo category. Roy Meyer of the Netherlands and Abdullah Tangriev. Choice is yours.
We stay with Nishiyama.
Okay,
let's stay with Nishiyama.
We'll let you know what happens with Meyer and Tangriev.
There's the Ouchi. Look at that beautiful change of direction. And the reason I wanted to stay with Nishiyama is because I wanted to just to see that beautiful change of direction that he has. And he has beautiful change and his sakuri and his direction hand off the lapel, absolutely amazing. He's got everything going with it. He really has the kazushi, different kind of kazushi because it pulls the arm of Clerget in. And then the change with the sakuri hand. So watch him go again. Clerget just trying to get that big arm over the top. Clerget is the one that's got the Shido. Now looking for the turnover, and he needs to get out of there, Nishiyama.
Got the leg trap. Couldn't come up for the Jujigatami attempt.
Yeah, good tactics there from Nishiyama.
Nishiyama picked up a penalty late on, actually, for that false attack. And now he's going to need a bit of tidying up on that left hand. There's a lot of tape there, and it's all coming off.
It's just your advantage. What do you think about the advantage of having the video referee as opposed to the two judges on the mat?
There's less pressure for the mat officials because they are not centre stage. There is a greater opportunity for the pair to discuss with each other immediately any action, as opposed to, a nod and a wink across the mat, or this finger or that finger, or what it is that it used to be. And then right in front of them, they've got the option of the video replay whilst the action is continuing. So you may have an action. The referee gives a score. They can look back and see 4 or 5 seconds later, and then they just sit back and say, "Yep, that was," or "No, it's not," or "Mate," and we're going to have a look at it, or whatever.
I think you're right. I think
there's a lot.
As long as the referee's not listening out for them on the top table, and he's
concentrating on what he's doing. Now that for me is the thing. The earpiece. I don't know. There's a distraction. And we saw it yesterday on mat 3. He got distracted. No score yet. A penalty apiece. Nishiyama and Clerget. Here's Neil again.
Yeah, the reason I pointed it out was because that score was given, that penalty was given late on against Nishiyama, and that was because of the video referee, of course, and the two judges, should I say, that are on the top table. Pretty even, this match, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing between them. They're both going for it, both attacking. 1 minute, 19 seconds left, one penalty apiece. Two-time world silver medalist Nishiyama lost on both occasions to Iliadis.
He moved nicely there, didn't he? He felt Clerget just shaping with that little koji, and he moved, and there wasn't anything left for him. There's big space that he fell into.
This is what Clerget has got to be careful that he doesn't do, is just lose the pace. Nishiyama keep at it all the time. Every time that arm comes over, Nishiyama will do the ochi. Oh, look at that. Oh, so good. That was like lightning, wasn't it? That was absolutely brilliant.
All that Clerget could do was hope that he wasn't going to get thrown. There wasn't anything that he could do to stop it. It was the shock of coming under attack so quickly. He was really in there quickly, wasn't he?
Yeah, brilliant. Didn't have the sleeve, otherwise it would have been curtains, I think, for Clerget. Possibility here of a golden score. Many golden scores today?
No, I saw 2 or 3. That was it. Right up and down the whole of the length of the competition hall.
Almost counted him there, Nishiyama. 8 seconds left on the clock. Both breathing quite heavy. Quarter-final of the under 90 kilograms, and it's definitely going to go into golden score. Any score now, any penalty will decide the match.
Roy Meyer of the Netherlands has just defeated Abdullah Tangriev of Uzbekistan in the second semi-final in the plus 100 kilo category. The final will be Yachiv Kamo of Ukraine and Roy Meyer of the Netherlands.
So any score now, and it's going to be all over. The clock will count upwards. Got to get his head out of there. Nishiyama be given the benefit of the doubt here straight away. Can't afford another drop. Well, again, I know that he can go the other side, Nishiyama, but he's not doing it because he doesn't feel the balance is right for it. But he has got a Sodi right as well as his left Ouchi Uchimata. But he's plugged away the same direction all the time here, Sheldon, and I think that that's going to work against him. Clerget needs to send that arm over the top because that's what's been very awkward for Nishiyama.
Clerget had that little burst at the beginning of the golden score period where he put in that big Ouchigari effort there and a little bit of a shape here and there. Now the chance to work on the ground.
This could be very dangerous for Nishiyama, and it is going to be. There it is.
Yeah.
He didn't have anything left there, did he? He just absolutely didn't have anything left. Clerget just turned him for the Sangaku turnover and Sangaku Katami right the way through here, and he's not even moving. Nishiyama.
It was as though Nishiyama didn't see it coming. The wrap up was there. You have to fight that wrap because once he's wrapped you up, you're not going anywhere. You know.
No, brilliant stuff there. Yeah. I've got to say,
technically
Clerget,
very, very special. What a day he's having.
Well, it was the big right arm over the top that caused Nishiyama, loads of problems, actually. His head got buried a couple of times. That's when he dropped. That's when he received the Shido. But in the end, it was all about Newaza and a well-executed Sangaku turnover into the hold down.
Wrapped him up really well, didn't he? Well, Clerget's semi-final opponent will come from the upcoming contest, and that's between Markus Niemann of Sweden. He faces Cyril Grossklaus of Switzerland. It'll be Niemann in the white judogi, Grossklaus in blue.
Well, the Swedes have had a lot of success, haven't they, just of late? They've got a few of their male fighters doing
buzzing
extremely
around, yeah.
well in these Grand Prix, Grand Slam tournaments. Niemann, former European champion.
We thought that he'd wrapped it up.
Well, we did do, and then he came back, didn't he? And
He
found it a
fancied
little
a
bit.
go, yeah.
Found it a little bit difficult at the beginning, but really started to dig in now.
He'll admit himself that he took a few beatings when he got back. He's dishing it out now, though.
Did you interview him?
I did.
Yeah.
He's such a nice guy, and he's always pleasant and receptive. So he's an easy fighter to chat to. And he admitted, it was incredibly hard when he first came back, and there were thoughts of, well, I may have made a mistake in coming back, but not now.
Well, Grossklaus as well, also enjoying good form, picking up medals at the Grand Prix. He has nice stance as well. He's got a nice Uchimata, Grossklaus. I think he'll find it difficult with the Uchimata, though. Niemann just a little bit too rangy for him.
The other thing that the Swede has is really nice Newaza. I like to see him work on the ground.
Well, he won't get the line that he wants. He'll need the sleeve, Grossklaus, to do the Uchimata. And said earlier that really important that you can throw over the other flank when you're fighting an opposite. See how he's on the hand there. Can't catch the sleeve itself, so he won't attack, and he'll get a Shido because of it. I think Niemann will get the Shido as well. It's got to go both ways, surely. Well, it's not. It's only going to go one way. See, I think that's unfair, personally. I think that...
So does Grossklaus. He agrees with you.
But they're fighting for grips. One dominates the grips, but just because you dominate the grips doesn't mean that the other one should automatically get the penalty. If you're not using the grip, and I was just talking, actually... to some of the referees about it, saying that you've got to attack off the grip. There's going to be a lot of discussion after the Olympic Games about two sleeves, pushing the two sleeves down and not attacking off it. Massive advantage if you're dominating the grips that you can attack. Well, they're both going to get penalised again in a second. And that's going to be a shame for Grossklaus, because Grossklaus will have 3 penalties on the board and in danger of being disqualified.
Yeah, with half the contest to come.
Yeah. I think Niemann realises that as well. He's
playing the game now.
Well, he is going to play the game because he'll go 1 penalty up. Grossklaus will go to 3. Massive Sasai there, Sarikomigoshi.
An inventive entry as well. He didn't have the hands in the right place, did he? Just to drag him into it.
This could be it.
Yeah.
Just got to tie that arm up there, turn the Osai Komi in.
He left it. Yeah, decided to leave that. Minute 45 left to go. Finely balanced contest.
Well, it works both ways, doesn't it? you can see that Nyman there, he can't catch the sleeve either. He's having a problem catching the sleeve. Now he does. Now he needs to use it.
And here's a chance for Nyman to work on the ground. And you see the difficulty for Grossklaus is that Nyman knows that whenever they go to the ground, he's going to be looking for an escape route. In order to escape, you've got to use, your limbs, and that opens you up. So that's a problem for Grossklaus. He actually puts himself in danger in trying to escape. If he comes up with some kind of defence, the clock starts to burn. Which one do you choose?
Well, he's got third penalty now as well. 3 Shidos on the board. One more Hans Sokomaki it is. So Nyman just needs to choose his attacks well. Make sure that he's first in every time. Can't put 2 hands on Grossklaus. That's why he's getting frustrated.
See, Nyman can afford to play Patacake for a while, and then just when he thinks that he might be drawing a Shido, pull him in and throw in some kind of attack. The clock is Grossklaus's biggest enemy now.
Well, then, of course, no attacks going in either. 16 seconds left.
Yeah, you can pick up a penalty. He knows that.
Well, Nyman gets the second one for blocking out and running away. Saying that, Grossklaus has an attack, though. Frustration?
He just said that, didn't he? I'm frustrated.
That's what I think he did. I think we recognise the English there.
Hey. Now, the scoreboard has 3 penalties to Grossklaus, 2 against Nyman, but sometimes that's an attractive, that signals an attractive contest. It wasn't that bad, actually. It was very tactical, but
from a tactical point of view, the fact that they couldn't put 2 hands on each other was going to go that way. But anyway, Grossklaus got outplayed there by Nyman.
Yeah. Nyman it is who will face Clerget. Now, did he say a 5-minute break? Yeah, so let's go to mat number 2. We're going to have a look at the contest. No, beg your pardon. Let's go to mat number 3. Louisa Malzahn of Germany faces Marhinda Verkerk of the Netherlands. There's only 20-odd seconds left in there. Let's see. And we join it just as Verkerk picks up a Yuko. Malzahn didn't have the power to fight that last effort off. And Verkerk picked up the Yuko just as the clock is going to
quick look
down.
Up there, wasn't there, from Verkerk? Just to have a look and see where she was. Well, I think this will put it beyond doubt. Well, it is beyond doubt. You said that already, but Malzahn trying to come forwards. No chance now. Somebody of Verkerk's experience just holds off. So through to the final and a guaranteed medal for the Netherlands.
Right, Malzahn loses out to Verkerk, and Umeki, the current world champion, lost out to Husha Steenhuis, so it's going to be an all-Dutch affair in the final. Going to go head-to-head, Husha Steenhuis and Marhinda Verkerk. That's the final of the under 78 kilo category. Now, where should we go? Because
well, while we have the Gviniashvili and Wolf, but before that, you've got Ortiz against Laskaya.
Let's have a look at Yu Song. She is the current world champion. Mat 2, please. Let's go to Mat 2 and have a look at Yu Song. She's up against Emily Andiol of France. It's Yu in the white judogi, Andiol in blue. This for a place in the final of the plus 78 kilo category.
Well, when she wants to attack, Yu Song can. She has an Uchimata. She just needs to go for it, trying to dominate the head. There was a period of time, wasn't there, where the super strong, and I say super strong Chinese heavyweight women were just pulling the head in, winning major titles just by being super strong. The other person couldn't lift their head up, got Shidos, and they were winning matches like that. But we want to see them throwing, and of course now they'll get penalised as well just by dominating without throwing. So they've got to attack. I thought we were going to see the Hoover turnover there.
Yeah, it looked for a minute as though that was going to come into play, and I'm glad it didn't. It's such an ugly thing.
It is.
It's a really unattractive piece of...
Not the most technical bit of Newaza that you can see.
Part way through, it looks as though they're going to do, the clean and jerk, and you think it's going to lift her in the air.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad, would it, if they actually flipped them over onto their back and then just did that. But they don't, do they? They just drive the head into the mat and try and break different bones in the body.
2 penalties picked up by Andy Ol. We're into the last minute here. And,
well, that was Tewaza, wasn't it, from
all
Yusong.
hands, yeah.
I think Andiol realised she had to attack there. She tried to do something, but luckily for her, it was on the mate.
It's a nice little turn at the end, wasn't it, from Yusong? Just goes to show that she's got some awareness of balance and everything.
Well, she is world champion. Don't think they expected that really from her when she did do it, but now starting to establish herself. She'll be going for the Olympic title, of course.
At one stage, she was their number 3. That was when Tong Wen and Chin Chan were around. And then she moved pretty quickly because Tong retired and Chin Chan disappeared off the scene. And she moved very quickly to be their number 1. And she won, I remember when she won the Grand Prix in Qingdao. And it was a home, because she comes from Qingdao. And it was like, oh, okay, well, not many people there. And she won it. And then she was sent everywhere.
Well, certainly there now. 3 seconds left on the clock, and Andiol will take a lunge forward, but it's too little too late. Yusong wins it, goes through to the final.
Well, we've got a nice contest in store here, Neil. Karl Richard Frey of Germany faces Ben Fletcher of Great Britain. We can take a look at that, can't we?
Well, Frey will be hoping to get a medal ahead of Peters in this tournament, but I think that also Fletcher looking for qualification here, been out to a lot of the tournaments on his own, paying himself out. Ben Fletcher enjoying a really good run of form, competing with the highest level of fighters and winning some great matches of late. He knows he's got his work cut out, but so's Frey. Needs to keep that sleeve. He attacks off the grip, does Frey, and there it is, trying the Uchimata. I think Ben Fletcher has to do the same. Looking for the pickup. Fletcher almost there. He was up and away there, Frey. Uranagi from the front. Every fight I see him in gets better and better, Ben Fletcher. Just looks a little bit off the pace here, Frey. Struggling for form. Back after injury. Oh, Sodagari. So Fletcher going off the grip now. Frey's got to be a little bit careful. He was just about to, I think, get a penalty. Well stopped there, the Uchimata. Fletcher getting better and better, I think. Fighting some of the best fighters in the last few tournaments.
And looking good doing it.
Yeah, very, very good. Going from strength to strength. Just goes to show it's important to get them out there and get the international experience and exposure. And he's standing toe-to-toe with Frey. Well, just a little bit, timing just a little bit off, Karl-Heinz Frey. I always say Karl-Heinz, it's Karl.
Right.
It's Karl.
Richard. Karl Richard.
Karl Richard. I have apologised on more than one occasion to him.
That's okay. You're thinking of that footballer.
That's
Karl
what it
Heinz.
It is.
Plenty of time left on the clock. A nice effort there from Fletcher. He's just shaped for the Osodagari and then decided to bail out of it. Just a single Shido.
So Frey just coming back after injury. So the injury was
Lower abdominal area.
just about timing. You can see that his timing's off. I mean, he's here for obviously just trying to get his timing back, but time running out, I think, for Olympic qualification. So he's got to take his chances. Probably a little bit too early to come back.
Yeah, couldn't leave it much longer, could he?
Well, no. One more after this. Is he going to do the tour? Will he be straight from here to Almaty?
Only Detlef Ulsh can tell us that, the answer to that one. I'm going to see Peters and Buzzacarini shortly. Oops.
Well, a nice Ashiwaza there, wasn't it, from Frey. Just caught him and landed on his backside. It's got to be the top half, don't forget, of your torso making contact with the mat to initiate a score. So gets a Shido. Well, he got a Shido there, Frey, for just dropping. I agree with the referee. I thought it was. Got to take them with you. You've got to have hold with the grips.
Pressure here from Fletcher.
Just one penalty in it. 1 minute to go. So now the British coach being asked to leave. Too much information at the wrong time. Has to be on the mat 8. Good gripping from Fletcher. 41 seconds to go. Needs to pile on the pressure to bring that Shido back.
Oh dear.
Well, his head went down there, didn't it? He was piling on the right amount of pressure. That was close as well, almost counted. So Fletcher fighting just to pick up the pace, trying to get one of the Shidos back. This, the repechage final to get to fight for third place. Good effort from Ben Fletcher. Not quite enough there. I thought a bit unlucky that it wasn't one Shido each. I thought it should have been. Carl Richard Frey, one step closer to recovery. Well, again, he stood up, one of the best in the category, and he was up there with him, wasn't he? Doing a good job.
Took him right to the wire, didn't he? Right, we've got the first of the semi-finals in the under 100 kilo category. Seryenix Miklos of Hungary faces Adlan Bizultanov of Russia. It's Seryenix in the white judogi and Bizultanov in blue. We've got the second semi-final taking place down on mat number 1. Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia faces Wolf Aaron of Japan. The choice is yours. Where do you want to go?
I think we're going to go to Gviniashvili. Let's go to mat 3 and Wolf against Gviniashvili.
If you want to see the contest between Seryenix and Bizultanov, just click on mat 2 and you'll be able to see that. We're going to settle back and watch Gviniashvili. We're watching him all day. Right up to the semi-final point anyway, and see how he gets on. I think
that's one of the main reasons. He's got a great story behind him as well, hasn't he? Because up and establishing himself in the minus 100 kilograms just shows what an amazing athlete he is. Two-time junior world champion at minus 90 kilograms. He looked certain, didn't he, that he was probably going to be on that plane at under 90s, but Lipitiliani denied him of that, and so here he is fighting at the higher weight, and he's going to qualify and doing a great job here. I mean, he's had the worst draw you could possibly have.
I think if we really look at the numbers and everything and the quality of the fighters that he's had to face, he really has had the most difficult of draws. Wolf
gets a Shido for dropping. Kind of similar, aren't they? Their statures are pretty similar here. But I think certainly for me, Gviniashvili got a lot more in the tank. I mean, he's got the massive surigoshis on both sides. He's got more than Wolf. Wolf is a fighter as well, but he's all one way. It's all left. Arm over again, Gviniashvili. 2 penalties already up to Wolf. Look how cagey Wolf Aaron is. He is really cagey here. He feels the danger every time that big right arm of Gviniashvili goes over the top.
I really think that there are opportunities going begging for Gviniashvili on the ground, however.
Well, I heard that he just doesn't like the Newaza. He's not keen on the Newaza at all. But like you said, it's only 50% of judo from standing. You know, if you can increase your possibilities and your chances with the groundwork and with the transition. I mean, you know how big I am on transition, and there's the Kosoto. They nearly climbed on top of that as well. I think he's got to be a little bit careful attacking that front leg of Wolf, because Wolf has an Ouchi that he leans on. I'd stick with the big hip techniques.
Yeah,
just send them across.
Close in, yeah. He'll want to get that left hand on now that he's got the right around the top. Good turn. Felt that coming and turned well.
Good change of direction, wasn't it, by Wolf? Gviniashvili's going to have to start now again because he's just dropping off the pace and in danger of getting a penalty.
You're absolutely right. If he could just step up here a little bit with 2 minutes to go. And there's a good effort. Yeah, and he goes over. This was the absolute right point to launch that.
Well, he got a Wazari for that, and I thought it was a Yuko personally, but I don't know whether that will be challenged. Don't mind seeing it back in slow motion.
A little over a minute and a half left to go. Gviniashvili bent over double here, and he decides to
drop on his knees.
Yeah, take a knee. Yeah. And that was what you were warning about, but he turns in beautifully. That was so close to getting scored on with the Ojigari.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a danger, wasn't it? And, of course, it was Wolf's big chance. But what a beautiful change of direction by Gviniashvili. And Gviniashvili just absolutely buries him, doesn't he?
I don't think you can turn off a technique any later than he did there. I mean, he was,
wow.
he was almost on his back when he
That is
turned
what
him.
it means. That's the difference. There's the Surigoshi that scores the Wazari. Here it is again. I thought it was just on his side, personally. I didn't think it was a Wazari. Have a look how he lands. I mean, it was absolutely... It didn't roll onto his shoulders. It rolled onto his side. I thought Yuko. But anyway, he gets the Wazari. Look at this. And he does. He absolutely changes it. A couple of centimetres off the mat there. And look at the hips come into play. He throws the hips forwards. It was all Gviniashvili. It really was. He initiates the Kosoto. And then the hips... massive, and we know that he's got a beautiful Uranagi as well. Brilliant stuff.
We're down on map number 1 now, watching the semi-final between Kirill Denisov of Russia and Alexander Kukol, and yes, that is the scoreboard. Denisov trails by Wazari with 1 minute and 50 odd seconds left to go.
Well, he's got to be careful here as well with this turn, because Kukolj has got a nice little turn into the old side commi here. And if he just goes a little bit here, Denisov, and he nearly did that, well, I'm surprised the referee should have let that go, because he nearly went over there.
Over, yeah. He was teetering, wasn't he?
Well, the thing is, they say it's about progression, and that was progressive every time he went, and he nearly scored. Referee tells the Russian coach just to quieten down a bit.
Yeah, Dima getting a little bit excited in the chair there. Minute and a half left to go. A little.
Well, he's the rangiest, isn't he? At under 90, Kukolj. He's really, really rangy. And he's got a turnover here. He does the shimmy waza. He does the soda jimmy on. Look at that, going for it as well. I tell you, if he latches on with the other sleeve, that could be dangerous there for Denisov. Well, it's all Kukolj.
Unattractive effort there from that Maki Komi, but it was more to get away from the gripping pressure that was coming from Denisov than to really try and throw anything in.
Last minute, and it's Denisov coming forward, left to left. Get a Shido for that, I think. No movement whatsoever from the Yoko Satemi. He doesn't need to do anything silly now, does he, Kukolj? Just get his head up. A couple of attacks, and it will be job done. That broke the balance. Into the last 30 seconds. Done most of the hard work. Denisov will have to come forwards. 4.5 minutes. Dominating the contest now. He just needs the last 30 seconds. Big right hand there in defence from Kukolj. And looking now for the Makakomi. 13 seconds left of this contest. Denisov pushing forwards. It's going to be another Shido there for Kukolj. Kukolj absolutely breathing through his backside at the moment. No, he really is. He's just struggling and just needs to stand his ground. It's all over. Kukulj goes through. Denisov not happy with that. So a final for Kukulj. Not very often you see the Serbians, and it's certainly not for a major tournament. It's a Grand Slam tournament. Massive points.
Yeah, frustration for Denisov. He probably felt that he'd done all of the hard work, especially when he knocked off Medvedev in the quarter-final, but the job wasn't done. He still had Kukulj to get past, and he couldn't. We've got one more contest to come, and it'll be Axel Clerget of France. He faces Marcus Niemann of Sweden. It'll be Clerget in the white judogi, Niemann in blue.
Prediction?
Niemann.
I'm going for Clerget, and I've got to, haven't I? I have to. So Clerget, for me, just working his socks off here, just having a great tournament. Niemann, though, the true professional, really tactically very, very aware. Talk about opposing styles, real fighting style of Clerget. Non-stop.
Whoops.
Well, it's Niemann, isn't it? Looking for the Newaza as well. So hopefully we'll have a little bit of an exchange from both of them, and they'll go for it. Nice to see them open up.
Clerget picked up that late penalty. They allowed the Newaza to continue.
That's one thing I can't understand is they don't score any Newaza attacks. So you can get up, you can do a 2-minute blast,
almost rip his head off or take his arm off, and you get up and you get a Shido.
And then you get a Shido. I don't get that one.
I've seen that a couple of times, and I think it's bizarre, especially when we've got mat officials who are, they're up there and they know the value of both parts of the sport. So why not give some credit to attacking aggressive Newaza?
Well, I mean that's the situation, isn't it? I mean, okay, so they were close to getting a Shido before they went to Newaza. They do 2.5 minutes. Nearly scoring 3 or 4 ippons, and then they get up and get the Shido for it. It doesn't actually make sense.
Yeah. He thought about the Yoko Tomoenagi, but he was just moving. I'm not sure if he was doing that deliberately, but he just happened to be moving in the direction that Clerget didn't want him to go in, and he moved away from the foot.
Very cool, calm, and collected, isn't he, Marcus Niemann?
Got a nice body type for that weight category as well.
Well, they're all that little bit taller, aren't they? You know, when you get somebody with the range of Kukulj and Niemann. Kind of eradicates certain techniques like the Uchimata and things like that, unless it's spinning.
Both fighters pick up passivity penalties. There's a second penalty picked up by Clerget.
It was always going to be tactics, wasn't it, this?
Well, we saw that in Niemann's last contest with Grossklaus. He's a clever fighter, isn't he? Difficult man to throw.
Clerget just trying to get the inside grip. Quick look up at the clock. I don't know why. It's only halfway through. Some Ageashi there by Niemann. Marcus Niemann just on top, going for the turnover again. Needs to get that arm through and just squash his opponent to do the turnover. Clerget looks to me as if he's struggling a bit. Trying to look busy, Clerget, but trying to look busy and doing the right kind of attacks is different. There's a nice ouchi from him. And a Yoko Tomonagi. Attacking the outside of the leg, Clerget. Nice Ashiwaza now. Now he's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, that was better. A little bit more fluidity. It's a nice sign. A good grip here from Neiman. Just slowed Clerget down a little bit.
He's looking for the Kosoto, Neiman. He's just trying to set him up for it. Now looking for the Newaza as well. Just that one penalty coming into the last minute.
He hasn't got the power now to even attempt the turnover. He's going to be slow to his feet as well. You just get the feeling that there's not a great deal left in the tank here.
Dominating the grips. A lot of it comes from the domination of the grips. And you were right. Look at the Kosoto there. He's looking for that Kosoto all the time. As soon as that arm comes over, and he looks at the leg before he does it. I don't know if that's maybe something he needs to look at, but he does. He just takes a little pop over with the head to see where the leg is, and then the Kosoto goes in.
30-odd seconds left to go. Still the two penalties against Axel Clerget. Marcus Niemann with a slight advantage here, having picked up only one penalty. They're both back up on their feet now, and this will be one more roll of the dice here. Oh dear! I thought it was finely balanced. I wasn't expecting that.
I didn't. It was unnecessary, really. You know, it's changed the fight now because now Nyman backside will go out and he'll just defend it. 24 seconds, and we could have had attacking right the way through there from both of them. Well, it's going to be an unusual final, I guess. It's going to be probably Nyman against Kukulj. Second penalty going to go up there to Nyman. They have to give it. Surely they'll give it. See, he didn't give the penalty there, and they've got to give it. And they've given fourth one to Clerget. I thought that was in the wrong order, personally, but anyway. Nyman gets it. He goes through. He's going to fight Kukulj in the final.
Yeah, slightly odd end to that contest because it was a penalty-strewn last 40-odd seconds, either this way or that way or whichever way it was going to go. As far as the result is concerned, I thought that it was going to go the way of Marcus Niemann, and it's Marcus Niemann who will face Alexander Kukulj of Serbia in the final of the under 90 kilo category. Let's just take a quick look then at the lineup in the other weight categories. Sejenic Miklos of Hungary will face Beka Gviniashvili of Georgia in the under 100 kilo category. In the plus 100 kilo category, Yahiv Kamo of Ukraine to face Roy Meyer of the Netherlands. And then in the women's, it'll be the two Dutch fighters to go head-to-head, Bushra Steenhuis and Marhinda Verkerk. And in the plus 78 kilo category, the old firm, Japan versus China in the women's plus 78 kilo category, Yu Song of China will face Yamabe Kanae of Japan. Your thoughts on some of these? Kukulj and Nyman.
Well, I think Nyman. I think I'm going to go for Nyman because he's just such a clever fighter.
He's so clever, isn't he?
I think so.
You get that feeling. He's difficult to throw. He's got some skills in there that I think put pressure on the other fighters. It's an aspect of the game that I think works for him.
I think tactically it'll be Nyman. I think Gviniashvili minus 100.
too much power, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he's hungry. There's he looks hungry, doesn't he?
Looks totally different today, that's for sure.
Yakif Kamo and Roy Meyer?
I'm going to go for Kamo, and I just think Kamo is the developing heavyweight, and I think he's got so much in there, tactically the best fighter at the moment.
There's too much going for him, isn't there? And I mean, Roy Meyer is all heart, but I just got a feeling that there's too much that Kamo is going to bring to the party. And then as far as the women are concerned, it's probably the most interesting contest of the day, because there is so much background to this pair. Husha Steenhuis, the young challenger, Marhinda Verkerk, the established fighter.
I've got to go for Verkerk. I know that Steenhuis is hungry. She wants to prove something, but I think Verkerk will play it close, and it'll be a very close tactical match.
And then the last of the contests there, Yu Song of China, the current world champion, up against the representative. She's going to the games for Japan, Yamabe Kanae.
Yamabe.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen a great deal of her today, but I just think she's going to have too much for you.
Me too.
Well, not you, but...
Not for me.
Right, okay. Join us again in about 2 hours when we bring you all the medal matches from the third and final day of competition at the Baku Grand Slam. Thanks very much to Neil Adams. We look forward to your
Pleasure.
company at home.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Bye.